Honorable members, good morning and a happy new year. I now call the meeting to order. I'm usually very loud. People in charge of the microphone, can you hear me now? Okay, put them on. The Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, 𝗍𝗪𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗑, the Leader of Majority, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, the Leader of Minority, Honorable 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗑, and our guest, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Honorable Stephen Twigg, and honorable members, I wish to welcome you all to this post-election seminar 2023, and wish you all a very happy morning. And because I haven't met many of you, I wish you a happy new year. January is not over yet. And to start us off, I wish to call the Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗑, Honorable Member for 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 constituency, and also member of the Speaker's panel, to pray for us. Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗑.
Honorable members and guests, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧. I now wish to invite the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, to give us a few explanatory notes into the adjustment of the program. Welcome, Honorable Speaker.
Good morning, honorable members, and once again, Happy New Year. The Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Secretary General of the CPA, the Right Honorable Twigg, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, all members of leadership. This is not my opening speech. It's a short communication in relation to an adjusted program so that we can get on with business. Honorable members, as you are aware, this morning we kick off a week-long post-election seminar under the theme, Equipping the 21st Century Legislator for Effective Service Delivery. His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, CGH, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces, will address the official opening of this seminar. However, I've been notified that His Excellency the President will first attend another function taking place at the Sarova White Sands Hotel and will address our seminar later this morning. In the meantime, we shall commence the program with remarks by the clerk, Mr. Njoroge, followed by remarks by the CPA Secretary General, the Honorable Stephen Twigg, and other presentations for the day as lined up in the program, starting with topic 2, which is a presentation by the CPA Secretary General. Once His Excellency the President arrives, I shall interrupt the program to revert to the official opening. And for good order, only the following members of the leadership of the House will join me to receive the President on behalf of the House. Because you know the corridors are narrow, we are many, the President has his entourage, and the commotion will not be very pleasant. And if we all leave to go out there to receive the President, it will take us probably another 30 minutes to settle down, and we shall lose on time. So for good order, the following members of the leadership will join me to receive the President. The Honorable 𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗟𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗢 MGH MP, Leader of the Majority Party. The Honorable 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧 MGH MP, Leader of the Minority Party. The Honorable Gladys J. Boss MGH MP, Deputy Speaker. The Honorable 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧 CBS MP, Deputy Leader of the Majority Party. The Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS MP, Deputy Leader of the Minority Party. The Honorable Silvanus Osoro, CBS MP, Majority Party Whip. The Honorable Junet Mohammed, CBS Minority Party Whip. And the Honorable Naomi Jilo Wako, CBS MP, Deputy Majority Party Whip. The Honorable Sabina Chege, CBS MP, Deputy Minority Party Whip. The leadership will be joined by the Clerk of the National Assembly. Finally, honorable members, after the address by His Excellency the President, I request that in keeping with the practice of the House, you all remain standing in your places as the President leaves the conference hall. I now hand over the program to the Deputy Speaker. In addition to that, I think since we'll be cascading towards lunchtime, I have requested the President if he can join us for lunch before he leaves. So if we'll be breaking about 12:30, we will go for an early lunch so that by exactly 2 o'clock, when the President leaves to other duties, we resume to carry on with our program. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Speaker, come back to the program. Asante sana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I now wish to call upon the Clerk of the National Assembly, Mr. Samuel Njoroge, to set the mood for the next phase. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Honorable Moses Wetangula, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly and the Chairperson of Liaison Committee, the Honorable Gladys Boss, the Leader of the Majority Party, the Honorable Anthony Kimani Ichung'wa, the Leader of the Minority Party, the Honorable James Opio, our whips, members of the Speaker's panel, chairs of committees present, our resource, led by the CPA Secretary General, the Honorable Stephen Twigg, and our resource from the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Sylvia Elizabeth Lucas, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces of South Africa, the Honorable Kevin Andrews, former member of the House of Reps in Australia, House of Representatives, Ms. Natalie, a resource from the House of Commons of Canada, our very own Mr. Wachira Maina, a legal consultant, and Ms. Phyllis Macau, founder and immediate director of the Parliamentary Budget Office, honorable members, distinguished resource persons, deputy clerks of the Houses of Parliament, colleagues and staff of the National Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Right Honorable Speaker, it's a great privilege and honor to welcome you and the rest of the membership of the House to this third post-election seminar of the National Assembly. I take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to welcome and thank all distinguished guests and resource persons drawn from different jurisdictions for sparing their time to be here with us today. Right, Honorable Speaker, this being my first time to address members, because as clerks of Houses of Parliament, we rarely get an opportunity like this, where we speak before members. My training, Honorable Speaker, is that the best clerk is one who is always seen, but rarely heard. That has been my training, Honorable Speaker, for the last 21 years. But now that I've gotten the opportunity, Honorable Speaker, allow me, Honorable Speaker, to thank you, to thank Deputy Speaker, the leadership of the House, and indeed all members for approving my appointment as your clerk. Indeed, honorable members, mine will go down the annals of history because it's the first time that the House voted to have a clerk. I tell myself, Honorable Speaker, that there's a reason for everything. I stand here today, Honorable Speaker, therefore, not only to thank you, honorable members, but to also state, as your clerk, as your officer, as your administrator, as your accounting officer, I will serve you. I will continue ensuring that each one of you is effectively facilitated to perform his or her respective constitutional duties. To this end, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I assure you of my commitment and undivided dedication to duty and to work. As your clerk, my work is well cut out, and I look forward to continue discharging my statutory and administrative duties of providing technical expertise and procedural advice and administrative services to all of you. Honorable Speaker, allow me, having stated that, to acknowledge part of the administration of the National Assembly that is present here today, who form part of the team behind the clerk of the National Assembly. It is said, Honorable Speaker, that only a fool knows everything. Therefore, a clerk who is a know-it-all would be a fool. I therefore surround myself with the best of the parliamentary officers, Honorable Speaker, and I want to introduce a few. You all know Ms. Sarah Kioko, who is acting clerk of the National Assembly. May I request Madam Kioko to rise, kindly. She has been most gracious, very supportive. Ms. Kioko has served in the administration of Parliament for over 30 years in clerkship. Honorable Speaker, allow me also to introduce Mr. Jeremiah Dombi. I don't know whether Mr. Dombi are in the room. Mr. Jeremiah Dombi, Mr. Speaker, is one of the finest, astute, and distinguished lawyers that we have in this country. He's a writer of law. He has been very instrumental, honorable members, in drafting the proposals to amend the Constitution relating to the matter of NGCDF, GAF, and the Senate Fund. And I'm sure the Honorable Dr. 𝗘𝗟𝗧𝗓𝗢𝗧 at an opportune time will also be speaking to what they are calling Plan B, relating to a bill to amend the current act. He's a person behind the current NGCDF Act. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, when you formed the caucus, I gave that team the best of the legal mind we have. And I dare say, Honorable Speaker, that Mr. Dombi is amongst the best in the region. Mr. Speaker, we also have Ms. Florence 𝗘𝗟𝗧𝗓𝗢𝗎. Where are you, Flo? Yes, she's seated behind there. Ms. Abonyo has served in Parliament for about 33 years now. 33 years. Members who are in their 30s. She's a director of committees, that is audit, appropriations, and other select committees. And she has been very instrumental and supportive in the office of the clerk, all through. May I also introduce Mr. Peter Chemweno. Mr. Peter Chemweno, Honorable Speaker, I had consented him to be in another function, which Mr. Dombi will also be joining shortly. He's the director for departmental committees, has over 20 years experience in Parliament. We We also have Dr. 𝗏𝗏𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜, the indomitable 𝗏𝗏𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜, who is acting director of Parliamentary Budget Office. He's at the corner there. He took over from Ms. Makau. We also have Ms. Anne Njoroge. Anne Njoroge is Hansard editor. She's also seated at the corner. Honorable Speaker, you appreciate that parliamentary officers, we like hiding ourselves. So my officers are largely sitting at the corner. Ms. Anne Njoroge has also served in Parliament for a period of over 30 years. She's the chief Hansard editor, the one who keeps records of the House when you speak. Honorable Speaker, may I also introduce Mr. 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜. If he's in the room, Mr. 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜 is Director, Speaker's Office. He joined us the other day, but he's an astute gentleman with good experience in public administration. And Mr. Popo, welcome to parliamentary family. We also have Mr. Irungu Kigondo. Irungu Kigondo is the Director of Finance. Should your salaries ever get late, in the unlikely event, or we procurement issues get late, that is the man. Dr. Irungu is the Director of Finance, very efficient and effective gentleman. May I also introduce, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Alois Lekulo. Mr. Alois Lekulo is Chief Sergeant at Arms. He's also at the back. Both Mr. Lekulo and Mr. Irungu have over 30 years in public administration. May I also introduce Mr. Arap Kirui. Arap Kirui is the Deputy Director, Legislative Services. Honorable Speaker, for 21 years experience, he took over the docket that I was holding. I have consented to the Director, Legal Services, to be away today, Honorable Speaker, to attend to the other event, Ms. Vena Kama. We also have Mr. Harry Owino, Head of ICT, so that when the microphones are not working, that is a gentleman in charge of the working or the not working microphone. It's called Harry Owino. And Mr. Japheth Muthomi is a gentleman who was teaching us how to use spoons last time. He's the head of Chief Public Communications Officer, Honorable Speaker. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, it's not possible to introduce all parliamentary staff, Honorable Speaker, but just to recognize the distinguished roles that they play. Having said this, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to serving you with my team. And consequently, members, do not hesitate to consult us whenever necessary. Honorable Speaker, allow me to mention two things. The founder of the parliamentary service, Honorable Oloaringo, used to tell us when we joined Parliament about 21 years ago that the role of parliamentary officers is to facilitate members to do what they know best. It matters not how they put it. Our work is to transform those ideas into actions. Honorable Speaker, you recall when you served with Honorable Martha Karua in Parliament. He kept repeating every now and then that Parliament is a marketplace of ideas. It is up to us, the Secretariat of Parliament, to translate those ideas into legislative tools, into oversight tools that can be used by members of Parliament. And your Secretariat, Honorable Speaker, is ready to do just that. We have a relatively young staff complement, Honorable Speaker, thanks to your commission. I am notified by the head of HR that the average age of our staff is in their early 40s. In the National Assembly complement, we have 475 staff, not counting the contract staff. And those between the age 30 and 39 are 45%. And those between the age 40 and 49 are 32%, meaning the staff between age 30 and 49 make up 75% of the staff complement of the National Assembly. I say this, Honorable Speaker, so as to compare with our clientele. As at the date of swearing in, our statistics showed that the average age of this House, of the National Assembly of the 13th Parliament, is about 43 and a half years. That means, Honorable Speaker, that we have a staff complement that is relatively the same age as a clientele. therefore ready and agile to serve the House, including your very own clerk. Honorable Speaker, we know the diversity of our clientele. When the member for Dadaab, or the member for Rabai, or the member for Aldas, or the gracious lady member for Suba North walks into my office, we know that those are persons to give time. They start with a story, normally with a lot of wisdom, a lot of experience, before you know what they want. Conversely, Honorable Speaker, when the majority party whip walks to my office, he'll most likely want to be served while standing. It's largely a Q&A session and wants immediate action. And that represents the majority of the rest of the House. Immediate action from our staff. Honorable Speaker, therefore, when you mentioned to me the moment I became your clerk that there are a number of issues that are disturbing members, I took it upon myself as if it's part of my key performance indicators to ensure that we deliver very fast, given the young age of this House. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that you told us was disturbing you is the manner in which we were processing members' card grants. For the first time, Honorable Speaker, I took it upon myself to be briefing you every Tuesday on the statistics. We have paid this, we have these applications, the following have not made applications. And I asked my team to be the ones to call members who had not made applications so that, Honorable Speaker, I can meet my KPI and ensure that by 9th of December, which was the deadline, we have paid at least 100% of members. We are grateful, Honorable Speaker, to you, and I can report that by then, we had paid 100% of members. You instructed us, Honorable Speaker, to make the process simple, and we executed that. Honorable Speaker, the other thing that you indicated that was disturbing members is the manner in which we are administering the constituency office funds with respect to the salaries of staff of members who are in the constituencies and the operations fund. I undertook, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that commencing this month, the members of staff, of members of parliament in all the 337 offices, that is the 290 constituencies and the 47 constituencies represented by our gracious ladies, that their staff will receive their salaries at the same time as a clerk. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, for the first time in 15 years, since we started this arrangement, I dispatched the DFA when we were here last week, asked him to go back to the office to ensure we meet that KPI, and he assured me this morning that the funds are available and have been posted, have been sent to the 337 constituency offices of members. What remains thereafter, Honorable Speaker, is the operations fund, the operations money. I have asked them to sit and give me a proposal on how we can make it faster and quick so as to reduce particularly the backlog that translates into penalties when we get late. We'll be making the proposals to you, honorable members, to ensure that that becomes a thing of the past. May I also request that you also cooperate, because the release of those funds is tied to how your managers account to the previous quarter. So the member has a responsibility and the office of the clerk has a responsibility. The one of the salaries, I could do it with ease. The one of operational accounts, we have to do it together, because the funds are there. Even for this quarter, for the starting quarter, what awaits is you to account for the previous quarter. Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank the Parliamentary Service Commission for ensuring that our committees are facilitated. The Honorable Deputy Speaker and the Chairperson of Liaison Committee will be reporting at appropriate time, Honorable Speaker, that despite the fact that the induction of committees started with a low tone, given your intervention, Honorable Speaker, and as parliamentary officers, right, Honorable Speaker, we are saying that it takes a lot of experience and diplomacy to pull the kind of magic that you pulled last week. And we are grateful, Honorable Speaker. To intervene with the Treasury and be able to convince members to continue with the rest of the program. If you came here, Honorable Speaker, the following day, it is as if nothing had happened. Members continued. The following day, they sat in their rooms, in their committees, and continued with the program. For sure, Honorable Speaker, and indeed, it has been a working holiday. Honorable Speaker, may I just report on two things before I stop? That we have no shortage of expertise, thanks to the Parliamentary Service Commission. I know, Honorable Speaker, you'll be speaking to the issue of the tower at the appropriate time. But what we are telling honorable members is to continue pushing to share the facilities that are there. Honorable Speaker, I know you'll be speaking about the seminar, and therefore I will not go to the objectives of the seminar, but just to draw a nexus between the induction that we did at Safari Park, this seminar, and moving forward. The induction we did at Safari Park, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, is twofold. We did an orientation and an induction. And that has been our practice. Once a new house comes in, we do orientation, we do induction. Then we allow members to work for some time. After that, we do post-election seminar and induction of committees. This time we combined both together so as to save public resources. So that the same ticket that is used to do the post-election induction is the same ticket that is used to do the post-election conference. And we are grateful, Honorable Speaker, that members have been here. This is going to be the second week, patiently waiting. But the other nexus, Madam Chair of Liaison Committee, is that we have started receiving modest requests for benchmarkings with committees. We want to request that we dissuade for now, because the practice is that once you are inducted, you practice what you have learned, you practice what is there, then you benchmark with others after the end of the first year or towards the second year. That way, the benchmarking becomes more useful to us and to others that you're going to visit, because they also expect you to share experiences with them. We will, however, arrange other related trainings, given availability of the budget, Madam Speaker. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, I was asked to make 3 announcements. One is that if you turn to page 8 and page 10 of your concept note, on the concept note, there are 2 documents that you have, honorable members. One of them is a program, and the other one is a concept note. The concept note, which has bio of our resource, on pages 8 and 10, you will see QR codes. Those QR codes, honorable members, when you scan with your phones or any other gadget, you will be able to access CPA events and invites, courses and publications under the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I was asked to draw your attention to that. Honorable Speaker, in your folders also, honorable members, there is a form, which is a pre-assessment form, that we request honorable members to sign as we commence this seminar. The data collected will form part of the CPA's monitoring and evaluation process to assess the effectiveness of its programs. At the end of the seminar, you will also be requested to fill a post-assessment form that will be used to assess the effectiveness of the program. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I thank honorable members for listening, and once again welcome all of you to this seminar. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Njoroge. Honorable Speaker, I think permit me now to proceed to the start of our program. I shall have opportunity to address honorable members later. But right now, I have the great honor and privilege of introducing the Honorable Stephen Twigg, Secretary General for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Mr. Stephen Twigg was appointed as the 8th Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association in August 2022. He is a former member of the UK House of Commons and served as a member for Enfield-Southgate between 1997 and 2005, and also served Liverpool West Derby between the years 2010 to 2019. During his parliamentary career, he held several senior positions, including chairperson of the International Development Select Committee, and also the Minister for Schools, and a range of shadow front bench roles. Prior to his parliamentary career, Honorable Stephen Twigg attended Balliol College, Oxford University, where he was the youngest, where he studied philosophy, politics, and economics. He became the youngest president of the National Union of Students in 1990 to 1992, and was then elected as the local councillor in the London Borough of Islington. Following the 2019 general election, Honorable Stephen Twigg was instrumental in setting up the International Parliamentary Network for Education and was actively involved in the parliamentary strengthening with both global partners, governance, and the Westminster Foundation for Democracy. Honorable Steve Twigg, as we invite you here, I also want to use the opportunity to thank you for your support towards this seminar, and especially for the fact that you have honored us by providing all the international resource persons who are present today. Thank you and welcome.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, Leader of the Majority Party and the Leader of the Minority Party, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. Let me join in saying Happy New Year. It's wonderful to be here in Mombasa. This is my first time in Mombasa, not my first time in Kenya, and what a beautiful location for this post-election seminar. And may I start by congratulating all of the members, both the newly elected members of the National Assembly and those returning to the National Assembly. Can I thank the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and the Clerk for all the work that they've done to put this programme together. The Kenya team here has worked in close partnership with our team in headquarters, Lydia and Jack in the United Kingdom, and 𝗬𝗘𝗧𝗘𝗟𝗓 in Cape Town, South Africa. And if I can put on record my personal thanks to our 3 international resource persons from whom you'll be hearing later on, the Honourable Sylvia Lucas from South Africa, the Honourable Kevin Andrews from Australia, and Natalie Foster from Canada. These post-election seminars are a great opportunity to learn from each other, and I look forward to meeting as many of you as possible over this coming week. I was invited this morning to say something about the Commonwealth itself in the 21st century, and in particular, the role that the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, the CPA, plays in supporting the work of parliaments and parliamentarians across the Commonwealth. Every year, in the month of March, Commonwealth Day is celebrated. This year, Commonwealth Day is on Monday, the 13th of March, and it will provide an opportunity, amongst other things, to recognise the 10th anniversary of the signing of the Commonwealth Charter in March 2013. The Commonwealth Charter sets out the core values and beliefs of the Commonwealth, including good governance, the rule of law, human rights and sustainable development. 2023 also marks the midpoint year of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. These goals were adopted in New York at the UN in 2015, and their ambition as Agenda 2030 is for delivery in just 7 years' time. That agenda was always going to be a very tough challenge, but of course it has been made much harder by the impact of the COVID pandemic and the current economic and financial situation throughout the world. 2023 is also the 20th anniversary of the Commonwealth Latimer House Principles, which were endorsed at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, CHOGM, in Abuja, Nigeria in 2003. The Latimer House Principles reaffirm the important and distinct roles of the executive, the legislature and the judiciary, and the importance also of the separation of powers between the three. So this is a timely moment. This is an especially appropriate year for us to consider what is the future for the Commonwealth in the 21st century, and what role can you as legislators play and we as the CPA play in that future. The CPA has existed for more than a century, and the core mission of the association is to bring parliaments and parliamentarians together to learn from one another. The Commonwealth Charter, the UN Agenda 2030 and the Latimer House Principles each provide powerful tools to assist the CPA in our work, and I hope you as parliamentarians in your work. I think it's crucial as we contemplate the future of the Commonwealth that part of that contemplation is having an open and frank discussion about the Commonwealth's past, including the legacies of colonialism and of slavery. The Commonwealth in the 21st century is and must remain a partnership of equal nations with shared values and a commitment to work together to meet the huge challenges of the modern world. As was set out in my introduction, I started as the 8th Secretary General in August of 2020. Previously, I served as a British Member of Parliament. And one of my first priorities when I took over was to develop a new strategic plan for the CPA. And we consulted very widely with our member branches, also with external organisations, about what the CPA should be doing in the early part of the 2020s. In your response to that consultation in 2020, the Kenya branch of the CPA told us, and I good governance. And your submission went on to say, together with the attainment of the SDGs under Agenda 2030, a prioritisation of climate change will go a long way in supporting development and the pursuit of economic, social and cultural aspects of parliamentary democracy. We adopted that plan and launched it 2 years ago. It reaffirms our long-standing commitment to seeking a new legal status for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. We're seeking to be recognised in United Kingdom law that the CPA is an international interparliamentary organisation. I'm very pleased to take the opportunity of being here today to put on record my thanks to your former Speaker, now Attorney General, who served as Africa's representative on the working group which devised the proposal for a new legal status that was submitted to the United Kingdom government over 4 years ago. This has been a long struggle to try to secure this new status. And last week I met with the new United Kingdom Minister for the Commonwealth, Lord Goldsmith, to again make the case for primary legislation to secure that new legal status for the CPA. At our 65th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference in Canada last August, it was agreed that if the United Kingdom government continues to refuse our request for a new legal status, we will begin the process of seeking expressions of interest by other Commonwealth countries to host the CPA international headquarters. And earlier this month, our executive committee agreed a set of benchmarks for such a potential relocation, and we are now developing an assessment framework and timeline. This will come back to our next EXCO meeting in Gibraltar in April, and I'm delighted that your member, Honourable 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗓 serves with distinction on our EXCO, and I know that Honourable 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧 will play a very important and active role in those discussions in Gibraltar, and then again when we meet in Ghana in September and October for the 66th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference. As Secretary-General, I am determined to resolve this issue of the CPA's legal status so that we can move forward together as a strong and united organisation. Post-election seminars like this one have long been an important part of the CPA's work on parliamentary strengthening. Mutual learning from each other, lies at the very heart of the CPA's programme. I know that I will learn a lot this week, listening to the discussion, listening to platform speakers, and engaging informally in conversation with participants. I'm confident that our resource team will enable and facilitate learning and debate throughout the seminar. At the CPA, we're also committed, as you heard earlier, to monitoring and evaluation of our work so that it has as much impact as possible. And in that spirit, our recommended benchmarks for democratic legislatures have been updated in the light of the Sustainable Development Goals. These benchmarks are an important set of tools in supporting the strengthening of parliaments. Perhaps our biggest innovation of recent years has been the setting up of the CPA Parliamentary Academy almost 2 years ago. The Academy is an online resource available to all CPA members to undertake courses in your own time. The feedback from participants has been very positive, and I strongly encourage honourable members and staff, if you haven't yet had the opportunity to participate in one of these courses, please do sign up and take part. I do appreciate that you are all incredibly busy people, but one of the great strengths of the Academy is that these courses can be undertaken whenever you have a spare moment. And I think that flexibility has contributed to the fact that more than 800 people so far have signed up to do Academy courses. The COVID pandemic and its associated periods of lockdown and remote working meant that parliaments and the CPA had to learn fast to adapt some of the traditional ways in which we have worked. Let us, first of all, remember today all of those who have lost their lives during this COVID pandemic. Let us also think of the many that are still living with COVID, and of course the significant social, economic and human cost of the pandemic. There are many policy lessons to learn from this pandemic, but I think also there are lessons about how we best support parliaments using technology and how parliaments can better connect with their own citizens. The Commonwealth has designated this year, 2023, as the Year of Youth. We were hearing earlier about the average ages of your cohort of parliamentarians and of the staff here in the National Assembly. We know that the pandemic affected everyone, but it didn't affect everyone equally. And we know that it had a particular effect on children and young people, with the closure of schools and colleges, learning lost, and significant effects on mental health and well-being. This impact has been felt right the way across the globe, but it's been felt especially by many who already face the greatest barriers in education, including persons with disabilities, girls and young women, and those living in the poorest communities. I know that Kenya has played an important leadership role on education for some time, including co-hosting with the United Kingdom in 2021 the Global Education Summit. My first visit to Kenya 6 years ago was as chair of the International Development Committee in the United Kingdom, and we were looking then at the important work being undertaken here in Kenya to engage with and achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4 on access to quality education for all. I think this year of youth provides all of us with a great opportunity, but also a responsibility to engage more fully with young people. In November 2022, the CPA held a very successful Commonwealth Youth Parliament in Trinidad. We're now exploring further activities for this year to support you in your outreach and engagement with young people, as well as supporting young members of Parliament throughout the Commonwealth. Inclusiveness is an important part of the Commonwealth Charter. The CPA seeks to reflect this in our work, most notably with our three amazing networks: CWP, Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians, our Small Branches Network, and the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities Network. The CWP is now chaired by the Honourable 𝗍𝗢𝗓𝗓 from Nigeria. Its role is to provide a voice for women within the CPA and to promote increased representation of women in Parliament throughout the Commonwealth. I know that in your election last year, we saw a welcome increase in the number of women elected, but I know also, as in most other countries in the Commonwealth, there is still a long way to go towards the ultimate goal of equal representation for women and men. And we are addressing this within the CPA itself, with a set of reforms agreed at our General Assembly last year, designed to increase the numbers of women represented on our Executive Committee and at our General Assembly. One tool to do this is to promote more gender-sensitive parliaments. Gender audits are one of the tools for doing that, and we are exploring how we can support our members to undertake gender audits in the future, and I would welcome a discussion with the Parliament of Kenya about doing one here. Our newest CPA network is the Commonwealth Parliamentarians with Disabilities, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the former Member of Parliament from Kenya, Honourable 𝗍𝗢𝗓𝗓𝗖𝗓𝗓, who served as chair of this network until your election last year. Her successor as chair is the Honourable Laura Kanushu from Uganda. Persons with disabilities continue to face barriers of discrimination, exclusion and prejudice throughout the world, and our Disabilities Network seeks to provide practical support to persons with disabilities and to parliaments to enable full and equal participation. The CPA is divided into 9 regions, and those regions play a critical role in the delivery of our work. Africa Region Secretariat is based in Tanzania and works very closely with branches across Africa and very closely with us in the CPA Secretariat. I am immensely grateful to them and to the Africa Regional Exco for all the work that they do to ensure that the CPA has impact throughout this region. I've now been in this role for 2.5 years, and it is a privilege to serve as the CPA Secretary General. I find that I am learning all the time, about the work of parliaments across the Commonwealth on crucial issues, from climate change to gender equality, from technology and innovation to the Sustainable Development Goals. We also know that there are wide disparities in the situations faced by different Commonwealth countries, but also many challenges in common. The Right Honourable Speaker and I were in Australia earlier this month for the Conference of Speakers and Presiding Officers of the Commonwealth. There was a lot of discussion there about security. Security for individual parliamentarians, security for parliaments as institutions. The conference also shared experiences of how different parliaments had adapted to the COVID pandemic. And I am committed to working with your Speaker and with speakers and presiding officers throughout the Commonwealth through CSPOC to build upon these important areas of discussion. Strong, independent parliaments are vital, but we know that the existence of these parliaments cannot be taken for granted. Legislation, oversight, holding the executive to account are crucial functions of the legislature. But another is to make sure that you are connected with citizens and civil society. The Commonwealth has a plethora of organisations and networks with whom we work, in the same way that a healthy, diverse, global civil society is good for the Commonwealth, so too is a strong civil society important for the work of individual Commonwealth countries. And I will talk more about this in the session on Wednesday on outreach and education. In conclusion, as we mark the 10th anniversary of the Commonwealth Charter, let us take this opportunity to reflect on some of the commitments contained within it. I am personally by nature an optimist, but even the greatest optimist would have to admit that the scale of challenges facing the Commonwealth and the wider world at the moment is daunting. Whether we're talking about the climate crisis, the impact of armed conflict, food insecurity, authoritarianism, inequality, poverty, the violations of human rights, and the precarious state of our world economy, these challenges are large. Yet it is in such difficult times that we most need and most benefit from strong networks and organisations so that we can both support and learn from each other. For the 21st century, the Commonwealth and the CPA have a great opportunity to make a real and positive difference. The Commonwealth is not just a secretariat based in Marlborough House in London supporting 56 governments. It is a complex set of networks and organisations. Similarly, the CPA is not just a network of 20 staff there to support 18,000 legislators and parliamentary staff. It is there for the people of the Commonwealth, as you are here for the people of Kenya. Above all, the Commonwealth needs to be relevant and needs to speak to its citizens. 2.4 billion citizens, most of them aged under 30. I look forward to our discussion this week, but I also look forward to working with all of you in the months and years ahead as you seek to address these challenges with Kenya and as Kenya continues to play its part regionally and internationally in supporting good governance and sustainable development. Thank you very much and have a successful week.
Thank you very much, Honourable Twigg, for that very informative presentation. I think we will now open up to members, to make any comments, or to ask you questions. But I wish to encourage members, especially those the young members, the new members, that the CPA has a wealth of opportunities and linkages and networks that you can benefit from, not only as a parliamentarian, but also going forward in your future. I know that I've had the opportunity to grow under the Commonwealth Law Reporters Association, the International Women Judges Association, the Commonwealth arm of the Law Society, and therefore it's amazing networks that I've made over the years, and I encourage members that, and they also have a lot of short-term trainings that are amazing, so do ensure that you look up their websites, get in touch with them, and use your committees. And I know that we shall try and encourage that under the liaison committee, because Parliament and Kenya and many other professional bodies have many professional bodies around the Commonwealth theme. So I think the mics, Sergeant at Arms, we need the mics out there. Okay, I can see a hand at the far corner there. You may stand up, sir. Honorable member, so that they can see you. Another person, I'll take 3. I can see your hand at the back there. Who else? I think I have those 2 to start with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is John Kagushia, member for Mukurweini, and I appreciate the presentations we have had so far. I particularly have taken a lot of notes on Honorable Twig's presentation. And yes, I agree, there seems to be quite a lot to learn from the CPA, and especially we, the first timers, we will take time to understand how we can be able to learn as much as possible. I will also want to make a remark on some of the daunting challenges that Mr. Twig, you have mentioned. You have mentioned challenges like the COVID-19, you have mentioned challenges like the authoritarianism, but you have also missed on negative opposition politics in some of the sub-Saharan countries. Probably that's also one thing that you also need to note there in the many challenges that are facing the Commonwealth countries. Of course, you know that where you have good governance, you also need to have a good, well-structured opposition politics, which is also meaningful, that is adding value, rather than intimidating and destructive to any nation. Please add that one as a big challenge in a sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much.
A member at the, stand up so that they can see you.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And Honorable Twig, thank you for your presentation. I want to draw you to the Kenyan parliamentary structure and the unique program that is known as the Constituency, the National Government Constituency Development Fund. And in your presentation, you have touched about the issue of separation of powers. Now, we have seen that there is, we've had a court case that has ended up at the Supreme Court, and the issue of separation of powers has been cited as one of the reasons why there has been opposition to the Constituency Development Fund. What would be your take in terms of the uniqueness of the Kenyan Parliament in terms of the development of the constituencies and the separation of powers?
Thank you both very much for those questions, both of which are very challenging questions, and I suspect maybe ones on which there are different views in the hall, but let me do my best to respond, and if I may, I'll respond to them in the reverse order. So let me start with the question about the constituency development funds. I remember the first time that I came here when I was still a member in the United Kingdom, and we were told about these constituency development funds, very different to anything that I was used to as a former member in the United Kingdom. I think there may be other countries that have similar sorts of programs. I don't think as the CPA we would take a view, we would say that's something for you to decide in your own country. I think if you're going to have those sorts of systems, it's obviously important that there is openness, transparency and consistency between constituencies, that access to those funds should be based on a set of criteria, I imagine within which social and economic need would be high on the list and available on a fair and equal basis between constituencies represented by government members and opposition members. I'll be very interested perhaps to pick up the issue informally today or during the week to hear a little bit more about the basis for any legal change and to learn more about how those constituency development funds are used here in Kenya. On the first question, and this strikes, I think, at a really important issue, which is about the conduct of politics and how we do politics, because one of the things about a democracy is that you want to see open, healthy debate. Differences of opinion should be able to be aired, but it is also important that each of us has a sense of responsibility. I mentioned that when your speaker and I were in Australia, there was a lot of discussion about security. And one of the issues that has arisen is in the context of the personal security of members of parliament, including, in extreme cases, violence against members of parliament. As you may know, in the United Kingdom, 2 members of parliament have been murdered in the last 10 years, and this is a live issue in other jurisdictions. I was recently in Sri Lanka, where there have been attacks on parliamentarians there. So there is an important balance to be struck in our public discourse between the importance, the crucial importance of free speech, debate, assembly, protest, but also conducting ourselves in a way that is respectful. And I think to come to your question, that applies within the context of the chambers of parliament, where healthy debate is crucial, but there is never, in my opinion, a need for that to become highly personalised and hostile. But the thing that has changed a lot since I first became a member more than 25 years ago is, of course, the rise of social media. And social media has given some great opportunities for parliaments, for parliamentarians to engage with their citizens and in particular their constituents, but also has, as we know, been used by some to promote hostility against parliamentarians and indeed against others. And I would simply make a plea that we work together insofar as we can on a cross-party basis to try to encourage debate and discussion and discourse, whether in the chamber or in the wider public sphere, that is respectful rather than resorting to personality and personal insults, because there are those who want to undermine democracy. There are those who don't really favour a proper system of democracy, and I think we have a responsibility to protect democracy, and free speech is part of that, but so too is showing respect for one another.
Thank you very much. I think we're only taking one more and then we'll move to the next topic. Honorable KJ, member for Dagoretti, and then we can move to the next topic. Okay, and I've seen Honorable Jane Kihara. Just the two of you, and then we can move to the next topic.
First of all, I'd like to say that this has been a very enlightening presentation. We do appreciate the presentation. My question is in relation to what you're learning from other jurisdictions within the Commonwealth. In the time that we are in, we as legislators are finding ourselves playing catch-up when we are legislating, especially in spheres of emerging technologies and emerging industries. Yeah. I wanted to ask, from where you're sitting as CPA, what are you seeing the future for legislation and legislators in a new world that probably is moving faster than how democracies imagined that parliaments would be working in solving the problems of the people? And when the problems are not solved in parliament, people are finding other alternatives of agitating. So we play the key roles of representation, legislation, and oversight. However, the technologies and emerging industries are moving so fast that people cannot wait for the bureaucracy of lawmaking, the bureaucracy and red tape of waiting for a bill for half a year or probably a whole year for it to be enacted as law. What are your learnings in the search and spin around the jurisdiction of the CPA? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Mine is on gender. I don't know whether you have programs to empower women so that they are confident to vie for positions. Those programs are important. As it is now, you have it in the Constitution of not more than 2/3, which we have tried to pass in Parliament. It has not come through. So as an organization, CPA, what are you doing about that? Again, do you have programs for political parties? So to ensure that we have women representation in Commonwealth parliaments. Because here it has been a problem, and if there is no deliberate effort, then we are going to remain under. Fortunately, I was elected in a constituency, first time in 2003, and I remember when I went for a trip with the then liaison committee, and because we didn't have a woman, a single woman, as a committee chair, the deputy speaker at that time picked a few of us because there are some parliaments that they would not have been allowed to go without women. Yeah. So what is it that you're doing for women representation? Brilliant. Thank you.
Look, can I thank both of you for those very important questions? And I mentioned our strategic plan. Our strategic plan has 6 cross-cutting themes. One is technology and innovation, and another is gender. And so it's absolutely in line with our priorities. Let me take the 2 questions in the order in which they were asked. So on technology and innovation, I mentioned the impact of COVID. And I think you're absolutely right to characterize that parliaments and democracy, by their nature, move more slowly than the technology and the innovation does, and it can sometimes take time to catch up. Nevertheless, what was striking was when we had to, we did. And when the COVID pandemic hit, and in most countries there were lockdowns and restrictions on movement and the growth of remote and hybrid working, the technology was used, I think, very, very effectively, including here in Kenya, to enable that to happen. So one of the debates now is how much of what we learned from that period can still apply now that we don't need to have those measures in place. And I know from my engagement with parliaments across the Commonwealth, including the discussions in Canberra at the meeting that I mentioned, there are very, very different views. So in some places, they've chosen to go back largely to everything being in person. Elsewhere, they've retained hybrid and remote sessions. I would say that I used to chair a committee. Actually, if you want to take evidence in a committee from an international expert who's in another country, or from a community in your own country that's a long way away from the capital, then actually technology enables you to be much more inclusive, enables more voices to be heard, and actually enables you to save some money as well, because you're not having to transport people around. So we're looking at all the ways that we can respond. We held an event during COVID on the 4th Industrial Revolution, addressing all of the questions that you've covered and more, and we're looking to have a second 4th Industrial Revolution conference in the coming year or so, and we're looking to have that in person, or hopefully hybrid this time, rather than simply doing it online. You're absolutely right that this is something that we've got to get a handle on, otherwise parliaments will lose some of their influence over these important matters. And perhaps we can discuss it a bit more during the course of the day and the rest of the week. Let me address the question, thank you, on gender, because as I mentioned in my speech, this really is something that the CPA feels very strongly about. It's why we have the CWP network, the Commonwealth Women Parliamentarians Network, and we know that the Commonwealth has within it some of the worst and some of the best. So the Commonwealth has, I'm afraid to say, some parliaments where there are no women at all in their parliament, and the Commonwealth has Rwanda, where over 60% are women, South Africa, where I think it's well over 40%, New Zealand, which has just hit 50%. So we need all the time to be learning from each other. And yes, in answer to your first question, we do have a number of tools that we've developed to support women parliamentarians to do their work. We have a toolkit on gender sensitizing parliaments that is available both in a physical form but also online. And we run a series of events with our CWP. So for example, in December, we had a CWP workshop. It was in Canberra, Australia, and it was about increasing women's representation, but also empowering men to be champions of women's equality. And we held it in that region because some of the Pacific parliaments have particularly low levels of women's representation. We're all the time looking to do more of those sorts of activities. On your final point about political parties, we don't, as the CPA, work with political parties. That's never been the way that the CPA has worked. However, the question you've asked is one that gets asked quite a lot, both in terms of women's representation and other issues. And I think we need just to consider this again as to whether there is scope, at least for the CPA, to provide some support to candidates. Speaking from my personal experience, I was a Member of Parliament from the Labour Party in the United Kingdom, and in the Labour Party, positive discrimination was used. It was very, very controversial, but half the winnable constituencies, it was said that only women could apply for those constituencies. And that continued for a long period, such that now a majority of the Labour MPs in the United Kingdom are women, over 50%. I think you are absolutely right to say that it can't just be left to parliaments. The political parties have to address questions of women's representation if we're going to get to 30%, let alone get to equality and have 50% of parliamentarians being women. And I hope there'll be opportunities during this week to have further conversations about how we work together to increase women's representation right the way across the Commonwealth. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for this opportunity to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Twigs. That was very informative. And if I may just inform you, Honorable Twigs, for the first time in the history of Kenya, we have a president who's a women's rights activist. And actually, we shall have the 2/3 gender rule being implemented, and women will be nominated midstream this year, hopefully. So we are still persuading members of parliament. We'll probably send them to the CPA. I'd like now, without further ado, to move on to the third topic, which is actually a second topic for today, opportunities and challenges for new and returning members, which will be done by the Honorable Kevin Andrews and the Honorable Sylvia Lucas. I'll briefly introduce both discussants and presenters. The Honorable Kevin Andrews served in the Australian Parliament from 1991 to 2022. During that period, he held a number of ministerial portfolios, including Minister of Defense, that's between the years 2014 and 2015, the Minister for Social Affairs between the year 2013 to 2014, Minister for Immigration and Citizenship in 2007, and the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations, and Minister assisting the Prime Minister for the Public Service between the years 2003 and 2007, and the Minister for Aging in 2001 to 2003. He was the father of the House of 2016 and to 2022, and the Father of the Parliament in 2019 to 2022. Honorable Andrews also served as a shadow minister in a number of portfolios. He chaired and served on a series of parliamentary committees, including the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Australia's family law system, foreign affairs, human rights, legal and constitutional affairs, and intelligence and security. Prior to his election to Parliament, Honorable Andrews was a barrister at law. Kevin is married to Margaret. They have 5 children and 7 grandchildren. And honorable members, I hope you noted that he was the Minister for Aging. We need a new ministry in Kenya. I would like to introduce also the distinguished lady, the Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗢, who is the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces in South Africa. That's equivalent of Deputy Speaker of the province assemblies, as they call it, I think. The Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜 has an illustrious history of leadership in Northern Cape, the ANC and the ANC Women's League. She was born in April 22nd, 1964, grew up in Uppington in the Northern Cape. 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜 is a tireless advocate of human rights, freedom, and justice. She took part in Rosedale rent boycotts and was part of the delegation to the Transitional Council to ensure that the provision of the prepaid electricity to communities when they could not afford conventional electricity power. From 1995 to 2000, Lucas served as a councillor for the Car Highs local municipality in Uppington. It is during this phase in the struggle that the Honorable Lucas used her position as councillor to seek to transform the state in order to serve the objective of the thoroughgoing change. Honorable Lucas is a founding member of the Radio Riverside Community Radio in Uppington. She has served as an executive trustee of the Northern Cape Educare Trust and trustee member of the 𝗘𝗢𝗦𝗧 Trust and served in the Free State and Northern Cape. In the year 2000, Honorable Lucas was elected to serve in Northern Cape Provincial Legislature, where she served on various standing committees of the legislature. Honorable Lucas was elected as Deputy General Secretary of the Association of Public Accounts Committee in 2004 to 2006, and from 2006 and 2009, Honorable Lucas served as a General Secretary of the Association of Public Accounts Committees. Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 served as the first female chairperson of ANC in the Seaard region from the year 2001 to 2004. In 2004, she was elected the Provincial Executive Committee of the ANC in the Northern Cape, and subsequently in 2007, Lucas was elected as the ANC, the Provincial ANC and ANC Women's League, where she served as the Provincial Working Committee. In 2009, Honorable Lucas was appointed as the MEC for the Environment and Nature Conservation in the Northern Cape. In May 2013, Honorable Lucas was elected and sworn in as Premier of the Northern Cape Province and was reappointed in 20th May 2014. From 2013 to 2017, Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 served as the ANC Provincial Treasurer. From 2017 to 2022, Lucas served as a National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. Lucas left office as Premier of the Northern Cape in May 2019 to become the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 continues to represent Parliament at the following structures: 1, the Judicial Commission; 2, the Interparliamentary Union; 3, the Chair of the Rules Committee of the National Council of Provinces, and also as Chairperson of the South African Parliamentary Institute. She is also co-chair of the NCOP Program Committee and meeting member of the Speakers Forum. I'm thoroughly impressed, having studied in the University of Cape Town. I know how hard it is for a woman to make it where you've made. Congratulations. And now I'd like to invite both of you to speak.
Distinguished Deputy Speaker, distinguished members of the Kenyan Parliament, other distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Can I begin by thanking the Kenyan Parliament and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association for this opportunity to be with you this week. As I reflect on my political career, I note that one of the greatest benefits I had was the opportunity to attend discussions like this in many parts of the world, especially the informal discussions which occur on days like this, and to get to know people from other legislatures and other countries and be able to continue those discussions, whether by phone or mail or email or however, from time to time when issues arose. So I thank you for this opportunity for being with you today. May I begin with a caveat. Although we share many things in common, being Commonwealth nations, I also appreciate that there are differences in our constitutional and governing structures. I therefore offer my comments from an Australian perspective by which you may make a comparison, even if our experiences differ. My comments are therefore necessarily at a general level, but I hope that they provide some material for useful reflection, if not precise application. And indeed, what I have to say, I hope, is practical. It's the sort of thing which I wish I had been told when I was a new Member of Parliament when I was first elected in 1991. And I appreciate at the outset that many of you have had long experience in your national parliament, but others here are new, and I suppose my remarks are directed primarily to those who are new, but I hope that they are of value to those who have been in Parliament for some period of time. Having served in the Australian Parliament for 31 years, both in government and in opposition, both as a minister and a backbencher, I'm aware that there are real opportunities, no matter what role you have at any particular time within the Parliament. However, to quote Shakespeare, one of the things I've learnt is that nothing is achieved but by degree. My first outcome, therefore, is that achieving outcomes as a parliamentarian requires hard work. It requires perseverance and persistence and the ability to cooperate with other members of Parliament to achieve a desired outcome. There are many instrumental things which one needs to know and comprehend as a Member of Parliament. Understanding, for example, the Constitution and the powers which govern the way in which a legislature operates, and learning the standing orders so you can be effective as a Member of Parliament. I will leave those things aside in this presentation this morning and hope to concentrate on some other practical matters. There are some general practical matters which I always have tried to apply to my work. The first is that we have an expression in Australia that there are no votes in Canberra. Your equivalent would be there are no votes in Nairobi, unless, of course, your constituency is within Nairobi itself. In other words, people elect us as members of Parliament to represent our constituency. And my constituency was different to the constituencies of all the other members of the Australian Parliament. You are the representative of your constituency, and you should primarily be their voice in Nairobi, as I tried to be in Canberra, not Canberra's voice in my constituency, or to equate it, Nairobi's voice in your constituency. Of course, you have to convey, even to argue for the positions taken by your respective parties. But nonetheless, I believe that you are primarily a representative of your constituency and should try to recall that in your parliamentary life. Don't be enticed by the views of the media or others who do not necessarily share the views of the people that you represent. Secondly, and as a corollary of this, you need to know your electorate and the challenges that your constituents face. And electorates vary in a country the size of Kenya, just as in the country the size of Australia. People in different parts of the country from different backgrounds with different concerns have different problems for which you need to take to the National Parliament. And understanding them and always remembering them and keeping them top of mind, I believe, is important for any effective Member of Parliament. Thirdly, any parliamentary achievement requires patience and cooperation with other Members of Parliament. Let me give you an example from my own background. One of my motivations for standing for Parliament was to improve the range of support services for families, particularly families with children, which I believed in the early 1990s wasn't being attended to in the way in which it should. And although I advocated for a series of measures in my party, in Parliament, and indeed in the public, I achieved very little other than some rhetorical support from my colleagues for many years. It was only when I became chairman of the relevant parliamentary committee was I able to convince the then minister to task us with an inquiry into these very issues which I was concerned about. And I then worked with colleagues across all parties on the parliamentary committee to produce a unanimous report. And I say that that's important in the Australian experience. If a committee cannot produce an agreed unanimous report, then it's a waste of time of all the members involved in that committee, because regardless of who is in government, at least in Australia, and I don't know if this is your experience here in Kenya, it's easy for a government to say, well, if the committee couldn't agree amongst themselves, then why should we do anything? And so working together in a cooperative manner from people who represent different parties and from different backgrounds, perhaps with different aspirations for what they want to achieve in Parliament, and coming to a unanimous, agreed, bipartisan position is very important for the work of the committee. The government of the time accepted the recommendations and implemented some of them, but of course, as governments want to do, not all of them. To finish my tale, it was only when I became the Minister for Social Services, 23 years after I was first elected, for which I went into Parliament to try and achieve some of these outcomes, was I able to implement the recommendations myself, because by that stage I was the Minister responsible for the implementation of those programs. My tale is this: perseverance and persistence and cooperating with other Members of Parliament is the key to success, but it is often painstaking work which takes a long period of time. My fourth piece of advice is to become an expert in some policy area. As Members of Parliament, we require a superficial knowledge of all issues. It's what our constituents expect when they ask us about an issue. And it could be whatever issue interests that particular constituent. And every issue which is within the realm of the national polity will be asked of you by a constituent from time to time, but none of us can pretend as Members of Parliament to be experts in every area of policy at a national level. But it is useful, I believe, to have a detailed knowledge of one or two areas. I spent at least an hour a day when I was a Member of Parliament reading up on my chosen areas of expertise, so that if other members came to me and sought my advice, then I was confident that I was actually providing advice based on the latest information, the latest discussions which occurred in a particular area. I didn't necessarily become a minister in those areas, but the discipline of actually becoming an expert in an area of policy is one which I think is useful to all Members of Parliament. And indeed, the longest-serving Prime Minister of Australia, Sir Robert Menzies, once said that if you get the policy right, if you get the policy correct, then the politics will follow. In other words, if you work out from a policy perspective what are the solutions for the challenges which are facing the country or a particular sector or a particular issue, then generally the politics, that is the support within the public, will follow if the policies are correct. My fifth point is to remember that people will not appreciate a solution to a problem unless they understand the problem itself first. I've often witnessed colleagues, and indeed governments from time to time, proposing solutions to problems or challenges that they've identified but the public didn't fully understand. It's important. Our role as members of parliament is one of persuading, of being advocates for a particular cause. But it's important always to have identified what the problem is that we believe needs addressing before actually proposing the solutions. In my observation, when you simply propose solutions to a problem that hasn't fully been understood, well then those solutions will be rejected because people don't understand why it is that you're proposing what you mean to do. Beyond that, and I'll bring my remarks to a conclusion, and I look forward to an opportunity with informal discussions and the other presentations this week to say a couple of practical things about being a member of parliament, particularly for new members. The reality is that the life of a parliamentarian is demanding. People outside the parliamentary sphere do not necessarily understand the demands that you have as a member of parliament. It has become, as Stephen indicated earlier, with social media, with a 24-hour news cycle, it's become a 24/7 job. And that is demanding on your life, on your lifestyle, on your families, and indeed to counter that requires some personal discipline, which I believe is important if you wish to be effective. One thing I tried to discipline myself to do was to spend an hour a day just thinking. I asked my PA to mark a time in my diary aside. We had a special code so that the other members of staff didn't know exactly what it was. But I had this meeting each day, and that meeting was with myself. And the purpose of meeting with myself was simply to stop, to be still, to think, to reflect, to take some time out. And I believe that's important if you wish to be effective as a member of parliament. Secondly, I would say to new members, keep your friends. You may call your colleagues friends, they're really your associates. Your friends are the people who have been your friends before you entered parliament, and hopefully they'll still be your friends when you finish in parliament. But that's important for your own sanity and your own well-being. And take time out, especially for your family. It's very easy to say this constituency event, this demand from constituents is paramount. And if they keep adding up on your time over and over again, you'll end up neglecting your family and the people that really care for you and for whom you care yourself. Take that time out. Having that discipline is very important. As I said, informal networking at events like this is much more significant, I suspect, than what I have to say to you right now or will have to say in subsequent sessions. Make use of that. Make use of the opportunities to meet other people, to get to know them on a personal basis, and particularly opportunities like this to get to know people from other jurisdictions and other parts of the world that you can pick up a phone to or you can send an email to if you have an issue you want to raise in the future. With that, let me conclude. May I all wish you the greatest success as your term as members of parliament, whether it's your first term or subsequent terms serving the people of Kenya. May you continue to improve the welfare and the just government of the people of this nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Good morning to all. Let me just continue to acknowledge the established protocol so that I don't leave anyone out. And I would really wish to extend my sincere appreciation for the invitation that was extended to me to participate in this important session. Honorable Deputy Speaker, when you read my profile, I realized that I'm very old. I will have to think of my retirement and become a permanent resource person to CPA. Thank you. Now, to build our constitutional democracies, particularly on the African continent, it is a challenge that rests with all of us as members. And as we are participating in this session for this week and for today, I think it is another bold step that we are taking in strengthening our parliamentary democracy. By sharing ideas, by learning best practices from one another, and also by strengthening our cooperation so as to build stronger and more effective parliaments. The legislative sector can only succeed in its task if we establish stable social compacts between the three arms of state and also the different spheres of government in order to improve the life of our people. Now, I have been requested to share my perspectives on some of the key challenges that new and returning members might face. First of all, in the three spheres or in the three arms of state, Parliament's responsibility is oversight. And that is the one thing that we need to reflect on continuously. Particularly as new, and I see some young members being thrust into the legislative environment, a space which is governed by the provisions of the Constitution, by the established rules, by conventions and practices that govern the business of Parliament. It may be overwhelming. It may be one of the first challenges that you will face as a new member of Parliament. I started in legislature 2000, but I was a local councillor before. And at least there is something that gives you a kind of a background. So we need to be able as members to prioritize the hierarchy of important categories of information so that in a very short space of time, we are able to grasp what is our responsibility and how to function effectively across the various platforms of the legislative environment. I know it's a bit very formal, but we are in a formal environment, and that is where we find ourselves. And we know that in Parliament, when you get there, people will give you standing rules, whatever you must know as a parliamentarian. And without taking you through or workshopping you about it, you will get it. What we must do in a very short space of time. Members must be prepared to continue to sharpen their understanding on some of the following issues. The mandate of Parliament, as I have already said, is an arm of state, including its powers, its functions and responsibilities. The critical role of exercising oversight over the work of the executive. I know it become very challenging, but I will elaborate a little bit later. In order to bring about transformation and positive change in the quality of life of our people, because we are the servants of the people. That is why we are here. Members need to deepen their understanding on the imperatives of outcome-based oversight, results-driven oversight, which includes financial oversight. We need to make sure that we understand how to read statements, how to look into the performance reports and into annual reports of departments, because that is our responsibility. To be able to scrutinize the budget of government and expenditure patterns, but also to assess whether budgets are actually following the development plans of the country. We will be required as members not only to understand your party political policies, but you must be able to debate and engage based on the understanding of the country's development policies and plans. In South Africa, we, for instance, have the Vision 2030, which is the South African National Development Plan. We need to have an understanding of cascading policy perspective as they find expression at the different levels of government. We are also required to understand the development landscape at the national, at the provincial, and at the local government level, as that is what seek to address through lawmaking and oversight the challenges that are present across specific geographic areas in our countries. Another important area for members to grasp better includes the varied planning instruments used by government across the three spheres of government to prioritize their activities and programs given the challenges that the country have experienced with matters relating to integrated planning and the three-sphere coordination of policy implementation. South Africa has implemented and introduced the district development model to ensure that three spheres of government work cooperatively together to address development challenge. Why am I mentioning that? If at a certain level, the work of government is coordinated, it means that parliamentarians, we can also coordinate our oversight responsibility to make sure that we improve on the deliverables of the legislative sector. We need to understand the challenges that are facing our nation. We need to understand the challenges, and that is parliamentarians, that is our role, in order to frame interventions, to frame our oversight programs in a manner that is responsive to prevailing challenges. Within this context, we also have to make sure that we have oversight over the capability of the state, or the capacity of the state to deliver, particularly also to advise on bureaucratic weaknesses across the broader state machinery. That is critical areas for oversight. Our responsibility is oversight, and to make sure that the executive deliver. That is our biggest responsibility. And sometimes it seems as if that specific responsibility become impeded in the fact that there is this power relations that is not necessarily clearly, Honorable Speaker, it's not clearly outlined. In South Africa, we have institutions that are supporting constitutional democracy. I will not mention them. I will be leaving the presentation with the clerk's office in South Africa. We call you secretaries. With the clerk's office. Now, I want to continue because I started to speak on the issue of power relations. It is an observation that was made by scholars, and it has been seen in practice, that in theory, Parliament should be the nerve center of a country's democracy because it holds the power and the authority to enforce the will of the people. But it also makes laws, and it is supposed to scrutinize how these laws are being executed. But in practice, and that is the truth for, I'm sure, for most of us in our countries, that the executive seems to be more powerful in leveraging its power base and influence over the processes and decisions of Parliament. In actual fact, what I'm saying is that we are depending on cabinet, ministers, presidents, whoever of the executive, and we seem to be subservient to this specific structure or this arm of the state, which should not be the case, because Parliament is supposed to keep them accountable to make sure that they actually execute on the decisions, on the legislation, on the policies that are existing. There is contradictions that exist when it comes to managing the power relations between Parliament and the executive, which often means that the voice of the legislative sector is drowned sometimes by the dictates of the executive. This could lead to weaker oversight outcomes. I'm trying to say, when you go into Parliament, it's not a glamorous job. Maybe people will call you honorable all the time, and you will become very arrogant, or you will develop an attitude of a very important person. But let me tell you, this is not a glamorous job. If you are a parliamentarian, you are a servant of the people. You are going into Parliament because people have got confidence in you that you will be the correct person to represent their aspirations. So that is why it is important that your voice should not be drowned by the executive as a collective of parliament. And I'm speaking about a collective. Someone asked a question here of what about negative opposition? In parliament, people have got the same expectations from you, even if you are from which party. They've got the same expectations. And when you come out there, you can't say, I'm powerless. I couldn't do anything for you. People trusted you that you will be representing their aspirations. So for a parliamentarian, it is important that you should understand what is the needs and the aspirations of your constituents, those that you are representing. It is very important. So you can't come here and say, but the opposition howled me. Hi, yes, howling is part of the traditions. It's not necessarily written somewhere, but it's part of the traditions of parliament. Someone will say, when you stand up and you speak, and they will say, hi, Suga, you are speaking nonsense. And we will rule them out of order for using the word nonsense in a negative way. But the fact of the matter is someone will try to shake you. And that is what you should expect, particularly the new parliamentarians. When I went into parliament, someone asked, where did the ANC got this stupid lady? Stupid, Mina? Stupid. Sure, I'm such a wonderful person. Since 95, people have been electing me into positions. How can this person say I'm stupid? And my speaker was looking at me. It was one guy from Namakwa, we speak Afrikaans. He was looking at me and say, 𝗖𝗢𝗨𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧. Because he saw that I was about to cry. And he told me, said, you will never do that. And he actually told me that this will happen to you all the time. And you can't cry. You must be able, and you said, tell me about your experiences. That is my experiences, let me tell you. So there is one other issue that I think that we need to speak about. As ordinary members, you will sometimes, particularly when you come from a party, remember South Africa have got a proportional representation system. So we are just elected on the basis of our party lists. So sometimes you will get into parliament and you will be under the impact of party political hierarchies. And it will find expression on the legislative landscape. So members become weak in exercising fully their oversight role because the president is the president of the party. Yes, indeed. And some other member might be a member of the national executive and you are just an ordinary member. So that is party political hierarchy. But it is very imperative that we clearly demarcate between party political members within the legislative space, which are equally important in a fluid and contested multi-party environment. However, party political matters should not dictate, nor should they prevent a member from raising critical issues of transformation through oversight. These contradictions should be approached, remaining cognizant of the operating context while working towards establishing solid social compacts between the legislative sector and the executive. We need to be able to convince the executive to respect our constitutional role as the oversight arm of the state. That is what is important. I think we as South Africa, and I want to mention a few examples, we have learned very important lessons when it comes to Parliament interpretation and execution of its oversight role. The state capture inquiry led by the judge, who is now our Chief Justice Zondo. And also there was a high-level panel on Parliament on the assessment of key legislation and the acceleration of fundamental change. Both those commissions found that Parliament, the Zondo one find that Parliament, in a certain extent, is complicit with the issues of state capture and corruption because of the weak oversight that we did over the executive. Secondly, in the high-level panel, the high-level panel has found that Parliament's oversight perspective has been too narrow. It has been too narrow, and it impeded its ability to give full expression to its mandate of transformative constitutionalism. I am mentioning these examples to say to parliamentarians, you don't have to fear. As long as you are within the Constitution in your oversight role that you are doing. Sometimes it's just impossible to execute your role fully. But as a collective, you need to support one another to reach. I know it's very difficult when it comes to parties, but with your responsibility, you will be able to do it. Other challenges that I also really wanted to say something about is the evolution of technology. Members, you might find yourself in the midst of the greatest information and communication revolution in human history. Although it was brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, we were actually forced to work through technology because physical meeting was impossible at that. And it is driven by exponential growth and development in digital technologies, also known as the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The 2018 World e-Parliament Report of the Inter-Parliamentary Union indicates that parliaments tend not to be early adopters of new technologies. In fact, most of us as parliamentarians, we are lagging behind in adopting digital tools, social tools, and open data. The public today expects ready and easy access to Parliament and to receive credible updates on progress made in addressing existing challenges, while using the available technologies to report on progress made in implementing key transformation policies. Parliamentarians, it's important that you should understand social media. It's important that you should be able to communicate through technology using social media and other media platforms. It is a challenge, but it is important that we should equip ourselves with that capacity. I know the Parliament, the clerk will speak about, but we don't have a budget. In South African Parliament, at least we do get laptops and iPads and cell phones and things like that. So we need to make sure that there is more capacity building and empowerment programs for all the members. And members need to be able to do research. There is a need for high quality research and analysis to provide deeper insight, which will lead to effective oversight and accountability. Some of us just go to Google. But it's fine, you can Google. Google will teach you a lot. But make sure that you understand R&D a little bit better. That you understand R&D a little bit better. So we, as the South African Parliament, we have actually adopted the program of modernization, Operation Modernization, so that you can move forward. We have virtual and hybrid committee meetings. We have got, what else? ICT, facilities management, everything on virtual platforms. It's important. It's very important. And I know the Kenyan Parliament seems to be very vibrant. So you will be able to provide that kind of platforms and that kind of technology that will enable our parliamentarians to, on a better way, in a very advanced way, be able to still continue to do your work. So Parliament is also giving you an opportunity to further studies, to be able to to really develop yourself. I so much wanted to speak about women's development, but I think I will get an opportunity because ever since I came to National Parliament in 2019, I ran a program to make sure that the issue of women's development is an issue that is current and on the agenda. And as any of the parliamentarians that we meet at any place will tell you, you are keeping us on our toes with regards to women's issues. And that is what we want to do. I also just want to the question that came out about women's development when our Secretary General was speaking. In 1991, we started a battle as the women of South Africa. And we requested that at least if we go to Parliament, there should be at least 30% of women that should be on the list. And it became a joke. It became a joke in South Africa. 30%, it was a joke. Today, in all other platforms, we are at least standing at 46% of women representation. In our cabinet, save for the fact that the deputy president is also a man, ministers is 50-50. It's 50-50. So what I'm saying is that don't despair. Just develop yourself and believe in the fact that we will take our rightful position at the right time. Malibongwe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our two great resource persons. The Honorable Deputy Speaker has walked out briefly. She will be back. Please join me, honorable members, in applauding the two resource persons. Right Honorable Speaker, permit me therefore now to take questions from honorable members directed to the two resource persons. By a show of hands, when you take the mic, please indicate your question is, or comment is to which of the two resource persons. I will start with the Honorable Dr. Mutunga. The Honorable Dr. Mutunga. I will request the two resource persons to note the questions so that you can respond.
Thank you very much, Clerk. My question is to 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧. Kevin spoke at large on policy, and one thing he said is that we should have superficial knowledge on all issues, especially if we have to do policies. I want to link this one up with what 𝗏𝗡𝗦𝗧 said. 𝗏𝗡𝗦𝗧 said when he took office, the first thing he did was a strategic plan. I would have liked to follow him a little bit, find out whether did he hire services to do the strategic plan? Was it a requirement of the office to do a strategic plan? And the extent to which he thinks that a strategic planning is very necessary, especially for members of parliament. Now coming back to 𝗏𝗡𝗦𝗧, to Kevin. When we talk about having a superficial level of knowledge on all issues, and in Kenya we've been struggling with the issue of levels at which people should actually join parliament. What is your experience in other countries, in the Commonwealth, for instance? How do they determine the level at which somebody should really qualify to be a member of parliament? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Mutunga. Next question or comment by show of hands. Is that Honorable Bowen? You want to ask a question? Oh, sorry. Next question or comment by show of hands. Yes. Sorry, there's one at the end there, Honorable Mheshimiwa, I cannot see you clearly. Thank you. Please. That mic is not working. Please give Mheshimiwa another mic, an alternative mic.
Can you hear me now?
I wish you can come to the front a bit.
1, 2.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Bwana Clerk. Karoli Omondi, Suba South. I have a comment, but I would like to get some perspectives from the lady from South Africa on the history and experience of liberation movements transforming themselves into political parties and their record in terms of governance and economic management of their respective countries. If you look at the experience in Africa, from the People's Convention Party of Ghana.
Mheshimiwa Omondi, Karoli Omondi, we can't hear you clearly.
Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. Is it sabotage?
It cannot be.
Can you hear me now? Yes, I just wanted to get some perspectives from the lady from South Africa on the history of liberation movements transforming themselves into political parties. Post-liberation, the history has been very mixed, but generally a little negative. If you look at the various countries, in terms of economic performance of these liberation movements, once they become political parties, they tend to be undemocratic, they tend to mismanage their countries. From 1957 in Ghana to the present ones. And what she would share with us, the South African experience, or in the neighboring Zimbabwe or somewhere else, Mozambique and the rest of them. It's been a very difficult history, if you look at it, where these liberation movements as political parties have become very undemocratic, mismanaged the economies, and generally created a mess of their respective countries. I would like to hear perspectives. How do we get out of this morass? What she thinks about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honorable members. And as you continue with the question, I want to kindly request honorable members with a lot of humility that let us remain seated. Let us no longer walk out because the head of state is about to arrive. So those members who are outside, kindly come in and take your seats, including the staff members of parliament. Take your seats. No one should be standing. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. May I take any further questions? Any more questions by show of hands? There being none, may I request Honorable Andrew to answer the first question, then the second question to be answered by the Deputy Speaker from the National Council of Provinces of South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Parliament, by its nature, is a dynamic institution. It's the sovereign determinant of its own affairs, and therefore trying to have a detailed plan will work in some areas but not in others, because issues arise from time to time within the national polity which a national parliament has to deal with, and they can be unforeseen and come up at very short notice. But if I understand the crux of the question, it's more about the oversight functions of the parliament itself. And yes, there can be detailed plans about the way in which the parliament goes about that function. How does it oversight the operation of the government? How does it oversight the operation and the rollout of various programs and policies by the government? And for a parliament to put in place a detailed plan in order to understand how that occurs is important. To allocate resources and inquiries between various committees of the parliament, etc., is important. Otherwise, it'll be a hit and miss exercise in terms of what the Parliament might achieve in a particular term. So whilst recognising that Parliament must be dynamic in order to reflect and respond to the issues that arise from day to day or time to time, nonetheless it can have a detailed program about how it goes about its oversight function in particular.
Thank you very much. I hope, Mheshimiwa, you are satisfied. Okay. Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. And I don't, what is the name of the member that asked the question? Honorable Omonde, if you really want to get me killed, you must ask me that question again. So, but you have asked the most interesting question, and we have been reflecting on this issue. Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜 just recently said, all liberation movements that actually became governments should have given themselves about 3 years just to equip themselves fully. As the ANC, we had the Ready to Govern document from our conferences pre-liberation. And in that document, if you go and read into it, you will find the best policies of being a very successful state. I, for one, is one person that believes if you have the right kind of government, you need to have the correct state also. There should be no contradiction between government and state, so that you should be of the same mind, of the same understanding, and be able to implement the correct policies. Now, I'm giving you this answer because someone said this is not a political platform. So can we, the two of us, engage one another over a cup of tea, and I will give you my political perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Members, you agree with us that Stephen Twigg gave us some of the best resource we have in the universe. Looking at the profile of Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜, who has been a member of Parliament for 31 years, Minister of Defense, Minister of Social Affairs, Minister for the Aging, which is a new concept. We are truly grateful. And our gracious lady from South Africa, who has a lot of experience too. I'll take more questions as we wait the arrival of His Excellency the President. I can see the leader of the majority party, the Honorable 𝗦𝗘𝗠𝗜𝗢𝗡𝗅𝗡𝗅𝗏. Kindly give the leader of majority party the microphone. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Clerk. Mine will be to the Honorable Andrews. And as you've said, he has been minister in various dockets in Australia and with a long experience. And something very touching that he said, that all of us as parliamentarians should endeavor to maintain our friends and appreciate that the people we are working with are our colleagues and associates, not our friends. I would really have wanted to benefit from his experience over the years. What is it that usually alienates a member of parliament from the people that ordinarily would have been your friends? Is it the nature of our work, or is it that as parliamentarians we alienate ourselves from our former friends? And imagine that our colleagues, who you have told us also are just our associates, now we pretend that they are our newfound friends. Maybe from your experience over the years you'll be able to help us.
I will take more questions. Permit me, Honorable Speaker, to start start with Honorable Oboko Milemba. Then I will go to the gracious ladies at the end. There, Honorable Mizigi.
Thank you. This one on Clark will go back to our facilitator and resource person who spoke about the Commonwealth. I see some space and I missed out that two bodies are being regarded as becoming moribund. I'm a student of history. The non-allied movement and the Commonwealth, especially with the death of the Queen. And you know very well that certain republics are leaving the Commonwealth, especially in the Caribbean, and even the celebrated realms of Australia were to hold a referendum to leave the Commonwealth. So I wanted to get your perspective about really the Commonwealth's future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me take, is it Honorable Mizigi? Honorable Mbeyu. My apologies, Honorable Mbeyu.
Thank you, Clerk. My question goes to Honorable 𝗘𝗢𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗍 from South Africa. You've talked about the 0 women membership in Parliament. That as a joke, and now at 46. What is your advice to the Kenyan women in Parliament? We are still struggling with the two-thirds gender. And 2, what's your advice to the government of Kenya as you're here with all the Parliament, with the Speaker and the President coming in? Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Ndhiwa.
Thank you, Clerk. Mine is to the Honorable Member from South Africa and also maybe the Commonwealth. You talk very eloquently about our responsibility as oversight. My question is, because sometimes words can be flowery, what are the practical steps that we can take as a parliament, as an entity which is supposed to oversight the executive and get it right for our people?
Thank you very much, Member for Ndhiwa. I see 3 more questions. The Honorable Raso. Thereafter, I'll go to Honorable Chieng and Honorable KJ.
Thank you very much, Clerk. My question will go to Honorable Andrews. It's about you working in opposition and also in government, and also being a minister. The question I want to put to you is, where did you find it suitable and effective when you are representing your people? Was it when you are in opposition or when you are in government? Then additionally, the question that I want to follow up is, you have been in Parliament for 31 years. We have new members. Also, we have old members who have been here for 15, 20, 25 years. What have you done that enabled you to come back to Parliament severally? Thank you, Clerk.
Thank you very much. Okay, can I take from Honorable Chieng, then Honorable John Kerry, Honorable Speaker, then finally Commissioner Mishi.
Thank you so much, the presenters. Very illuminating presentations.
Honorable Chieng, kindly.
My question will be to both the Honorable Andrews, and maybe if the Honorable Twigg may come back on the issue of gender representation. Did you have to change the law to get this right? And how do the parties, specifically the political party that you belong to, how does it ensure that you have women being given tickets in the strong constituencies where they come from? Because it happens here that we say we are going to give women tickets, but you give them in outlier constituencies. So our party is strong in this region, but gives the ticket to women in the very weak region, so we don't get women coming up. So I wanted just to know your experience on that. Number 2 is to the Honorable Andrews. and this will be about life after Parliament. How would you suggest members manage their time, their life after Parliament to ensure that they continue living decent lives that represent the work they have done before? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for 𝗣𝗕𝗦𝗧 North. 𝗣𝗕𝗦𝗧 South. 𝗣𝗕𝗦𝗧 South.
My question is to the very esteemed and honorable gracious lady from South Africa. And I'm very keen on the tangent you took on gender. I would like to ask, for these achievements that you have made in the South African Parliament, were you ever able to onboard the male members of Parliament to be champions for the women agenda so that you are able to achieve the amazing, the amazing results that you're reporting to us? This is in relation to when the matter of gender comes up, at times it is seen to be very acrimonious between the men and the women. However, the women will not make much progress until they are able to onboard their male colleagues onto the debate. So I'd like to hear what the learnings from South Africa are. And I had a rejoinder question, and we had Honorable CNA. We had a discussion that I think members can benefit from with the Honorable Twigg, because from my earlier question, I had a follow-up question, which was, how soon is the Commonwealth Parliament intending to change its status so that it moves from its small organization as it looks into a parliament of parliaments that doesn't look like it is a continuation of the colonials and their colonies, but now a parliament of parliaments in this new age. And is that happening? And if it is happening, how soon is it happening? Thank you very much, Honorable CNA.
Thank you very much. Finally, Honorable Commissioner Mishi.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. My question goes to our sister, Honorable Sylvia Lucas, and I want to say viva to her. She's just talked on something here regarding that our voices should not be drawn by the voices of our executive. And sometimes we're in a scenario that you want to ensure that the interests of the executive have been implemented, but again, they're the interests of the electorate or the interests of the citizen. And sometimes it happens that our executive form part of the leadership of our political parties. And also we need to respect them, to obey them, to follow the instruction. Again, you also want to balance what is the voice of electorate, the voice of your citizen. So how do you balance in such a scenario where you want to make pertinent decisions and you are in that situation between a rock and a hard place? How do you balance? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Mishi. As you know, the clerk never finds himself in such situations. I really, yes, thank you. Can we allow the presenters to answer that round? Then we do the next round. And I will therefore ask Honorable Deputy Speaker as our MC, with your consent, that we start with our gracious lady from South Africa, who is already on her feet, so she can respond to all questions. Honorable Deputy Speaker.
members of the executive about specific issues and they need to respond. And do you know, I don't know in your standing rules what is it there, but no one must mislead Parliament. So in the oversight responsibility in the questions that ministers or executive members respond to in Parliament, they must always be truthful. Otherwise they can be found in contempt of Parliament. So it's much easier than we think. It's just
make sure that we address issues of gender equity. I can mention a few examples. Gender-based violence is a very, very big issue in South Africa. We, as responsible for sectoral engagement, we have started a men's parliament. We have started a men's parliament from a national level. One of the key agendas of the men's parliament is to address the issue of gender-based violence and gender equity. Our men's parliament went to the extent that they started to begin to engage with traditional leaders, the horses, to start traditional men's parliaments. So that in traditional communities where patriarchy is still very rife, the traditional men's parliament is responsible to address that issue. So there is a campaign that is driven by the men's parliament in action.
The Deputy President of the South African National AIDS Council is leading our men's parliament. So there is a campaign in South Africa that men are running. Hashtag not in my name. They are running it and they are making sure that it addresses the issues of gender equality and gender-based violence. So I think I have said a lot about the issue of the role of men. And I also responded to how do parliamentarians succeed in their responsibilities. You know what your responsibilities is, so you should execute your responsibility. That is what is important. Lastly, I'm coming to what have we done to make sure that even today, we've got a mixed system of wards or constituencies and a proportional representation. In that PR list, we make sure that there is 50-50 representation so that more women get the opportunity to get into the councils, first of all, but also in terms of the proportional representation of the ruling party. I don't know about other parties in South Africa. We call it the zebra kind of approach. If the first person is a man, the second one must be a woman. That is how our lists are submitted to the Independent Electoral Commission. And that is the kind of advice that we can give to any other jurisdiction to see how through the proportional representation and through the zebra list, you can make sure that women take their rightful positions as legislators. Thank you very much.
I hope you got the gist of the message from the gracious lady from South Africa. Their democracy is different from us. It's less of a constituency-based and more of a national-based. So you only vote for a party, and every party does, you know, that a man, a woman, basically. And that way, whichever party that wins, I think there are also limited constituencies. Am I right, madam? There are also single-member limited constituencies, and the rest is proportional representation. Now, I will now invite Mr. 𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗟𝗓 to come and answer some of the other questions that were asked by Milemba. And have your question been asked? Milemba, Mbogwa, and the rest.
Thank you. There were three questions that were put to me, so let me pick up on the issue of women's representation first of all. I think in proportional representation systems like South Africa, something like a zebra is quite an easy thing to do. In constituency systems like Kenya and the United Kingdom, it's more of a challenge. But two examples from the United Kingdom. One I mentioned earlier, that there has been all-women shortlists in certain winnable constituencies. So if a certain number of members retire, then the party says half of those constituencies only women can apply. The other thing that's sometimes been done is to twin constituencies. So if there are two constituencies, both fairly equally winnable, one of them only women can apply. So there's a variety of ways of addressing. On the question that was asked about countries leaving the Commonwealth and the future of the Commonwealth following the death of Her Majesty the Queen, I think it's absolutely right to say that there is now a big debate about the future of the Commonwealth, the relevance of the Commonwealth to the future. You're right to say that Barbados has voted to become a republic, and there are debates about republican options in other countries. However, they have not left the Commonwealth. Nobody has left the Commonwealth, and actually, of course, like Kenya, a majority of members of the Commonwealth are republics. There is no requirement that to be in the Commonwealth you have the king or queen as your head of state. Nevertheless, I agree with you that the Commonwealth has a challenge to demonstrate its relevance going forward, and I think it demonstrates relevance by being a partnership of equal nations and by addressing the concerns of citizens, whether that's on climate change, the economy, trade, the things that actually matter to ordinary people, and I hope that's something that parliamentarians can contribute to. The final question on status, following up from earlier on. As I said in my speech, this is now a pressing priority for me personally as Secretary General. We've said to the British government that if there isn't primary legislation moving forward this year, we're looking at relocation. So whether in the UK or somewhere else, what we want is exactly the status you've described, no longer being a charity, as we have been for over 50 years, but instead to be recognised as an international, interparliamentary organisation. It will take some time to work that through and pass the necessary legislation, but I think we will be seeing that happen sooner rather than later. Yeah, so I was asked as a follow-up on the question of how the Labour Party in the United Kingdom has secured a majority of its members of Parliament are women. So this policy of having certain constituencies having all women shortlists was first adopted prior to the 1997 general election, and that saw a record number of women elected, particularly from the Labour Party. It was actually challenged in an industrial tribunal and declared to be unlawful. So the Labour government had to pass legislation that exempted political parties from the Sex Discrimination Act if the purpose was to address the underrepresentation of women. Therefore, the policy was then resumed and has now resulted in a majority of British Labour MPs being women. The way that it works is when there are vacancies in constituencies now held by the party, decisions are made that around half of those vacancies are only to be contested by women, and the other half can be contested by women or men. And it's taken that almost 25 years from the 97 election to 2019 for it to be a majority now. Because it's now a majority, that cannot be used anymore. So the Labour Party and the other British parties are currently selecting their candidates for next time. It's not allowed now for the Labour Party to use all women shortlists because they have achieved a majority of women. I should say that other political parties in the UK have used various different mechanisms. The British Conservatives, obviously the government party, the majority party, have used more encouragement for women, training and development opportunities for women. And although they haven't got a majority or anywhere near a majority, there is nevertheless a significant increase in the number of women who've been elected as Conservatives as well. And I think the lesson from that is that positive action, whether it's zebra in a PR system or all women shortlists in a first past the post system, does achieve something quicker, but other forms of action can see progress as well.
Now you realize it's more of the policies of the parties as well as the systems that they use. Ours is a single constituency individual, and it's called the first past post system. Theirs in some cases are different. I want to ask you members, the moment the head of state comes in, I want you all, or rather that's the request of the speaker, that you should all be upstanding when he comes in. But in the meantime, Honorable Rasso, where's Rasso? Has your question been answered? Not yet. Okay, I notice here, Kevin would answer that question, yes. And any other question that was directed towards you, yes.
Thank you. I was asked, in what role can you be most effective? As a minister, as a member of parliament, in majority or in minority? And my short answer is you can be effective in all of those positions. That's why I continue to stand for re-election term after term for 3 decades. Obviously, as a minister, and I should say the Australian system is the Westminster system, in which the ministers are chosen from members sitting in the parliament, not a separate executive from the legislature. That has its own challenges for backbenchers, because people often think they have to toe the line in order to be pleasing to the minister and to the executive, otherwise they'll never be considered for promotion. So there are challenges which are different in each different jurisdiction. I think, however, there's a couple of areas in which a member of parliament can be effective, whether he or she is in the majority or the minority. The first one is representing your constituents. In Australia, at least, much of the day-to-day activity of small g government is undertaken by government agencies and by the bureaucracy. And a lot of the time of a member of parliament in Australia is actually making representations to whatever government agency it might be that has made a decision affecting that constituent or constituents. And so you can be effective in doing that, whether you're in the majority or the minority. Secondly, to come back to my earlier remarks in my presentation, and that is, I believe that to be truly effective as a member of parliament, you have to be able to build coalitions with other members of parliament. And you can do that whether or not you're in the majority or the minority. As I said, if you can't come to some form of agreed position on a parliamentary committee, it's very easy for the executive to dismiss the views of a divided parliamentary committee. And so building a coalition with members, whether they're in your party or the other party or both parties, is important. And what I've found over the years is, when I sought to build those coalitions when I was a member of the majority, I won a respect from the members of the then minority that in turn, when they became the majority, understood that I was being sincere about that which I was advocating and were prepared to work with me even though I wasn't from the same political party. So I think you can be effective whether you're in the majority or not. The other question I understood was, is there life after politics? Yes, there is. I was very involved in charitable organisations and charitable agencies before I was elected to Parliament. I've returned to doing that work now with the added advantage that I have some understanding about how government really works rather than how it theoretically works. And so when issues come up for charitable agencies that I'm involved in that relate to the operation of government, I'm able to give them practical advice about what can be effective rather than what they think might be effective in terms of bringing about some change in outcomes that affect the lives and the welfare of the people that they deal with, particularly in some areas of social services.
That was great. That was great. Ocheng, has your question been answered? Oh, yeah, great. KJ, yours has been answered too. Mui, where's Mui? He's gone to... Any other question? Anybody who has a question? Well, this is very interesting. By the way, affirmative actions do have a sunset day and a sunrise and a sunset day. And you might want to set aside seats for women, in my opinion, in my own considered opinion. And particularly when you say gender, you can only have it for a certain period of time. Afterwards, then it doesn't serve them that right. You know what I mean? We know that when we're going through school ourselves, you needed to put up an affirmative action for ladies. But now, in all the critical areas, fields, medicine, engineering, law, wherever you go, there are more ladies than there are men. So this business of putting a firm numbers on some of these things, I think it's only for a short period of time. It's just like the equalization fund. The equalization fund is there to bring, up to speed with the rest. But I believe the system also works very well. Honorable members, please be standing for our head of state, His Excellency, the President. The ceremony. Your Excellency, the ceremony.
Your Excellency, we would like to just start with the national anthem, and then after that, I'll kindly request that we remain standing and we'll be led in a prayer by Honorable Farah. For now, the national anthem.
I now call upon Honorable Rachel Nyamai to lead us in the parliamentary prayer. Thank you.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. God bless you.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and the Right Honorable, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Moses Wetangula, it is now my duty to invite all of you to this post-election seminar. I was going to do the welcome, then I can say you sit. It's my humble duty to welcome you to this seminar, and I wish to request all of you to now take your seats. You cannot welcome the president when you are sitting down. You have to welcome the president when you are upstanding. You have to remember he's the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Kenya, okay. And now, Your Excellency, we want to move with speed, so we'll therefore move to our first speaker, as we know that you have a lot of work ahead of you. And our first speaker is the Honorable Stephen Twigg, Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Welcome, Honorable Twigg.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Right Honourable Speaker of the National Assembly, honourable members, if I may, all other protocols observed. Let me first of all just repeat a couple of things that I said earlier. Firstly, and most importantly, to welcome everyone to this post-election seminar organised by the National Assembly in conjunction with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I congratulate all members on their election last August, both newly elected and returning members, and I thank the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker and the Clerk and their team for all the hard work in organising this week's post-election seminar. Kenya plays a crucial role in the Commonwealth, and it plays a crucial role in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. Let me again put on record my thanks to 𝗦𝗘𝗠𝗎𝗪, who represents Kenya on our International Executive Committee, and also to give thanks again to your former Speaker, the Attorney General Justin Muturi, who served with distinction as Chair of the CPA Africa region previously. I want to reflect very briefly on some of the discussion that we've had this morning, and in particular, the focus on the importance of parliaments that are diverse and representative. As I said, it is very welcome that the numbers of women elected in your election last August were higher than in the previous election. It's to the credit of the people of Kenya that we see that progress. But we know from the discussion we've just had that you, like most other countries in the world, have some way to go if you are to achieve the 30% goal, let alone the 50% goal. But we will be working together, the Commonwealth women parliamentarians, the CPA and your Parliament, to do all that we can to deliver gender equality, not just in Kenya, but across the rest of the Commonwealth. Kenya's role in the Commonwealth, Mr. President, is a very important one. And I want to finish today by congratulating you on your election, to wish you the very best for your term in office. but also to put on record, speaking personally, my appreciation for the leadership that Kenya has showed, especially on education. We know that the COVID pandemic had a great impact on the lives of children and young people, and the leadership Kenya has shown, including in the levels of public expenditure in your own country on education, is a great example for other countries across the world, especially in this, the Commonwealth Year of Youth. And as we seek to tackle the scale of the challenges that the world has, the Commonwealth has an important role to play as a partnership of now 56 member countries working together to tackle the big issues that we all confront. And I know that Kenya, your government, your parliament, will play an active and central role in that. I wish all members, all participants, a successful post-election seminar. Thank you very much.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, allow me now to call our next speaker, the Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜, MGH MP, leader of Minority Party. I've never been able to pronounce his name, but he has never bothered to teach me. Karibu.
Honorable Speaker, His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, all protocol observed. I want to be extremely brief. As you know, I am not used to making long speeches. So allow me to go through some written remarks here. It is a pleasure to join and speak to you at this important forum that is now a tradition in Kenya. I will begin by paraphrasing the words of the 32nd US President, Franklin Roosevelt, uttered in March 1933. The times require that we address each other with candor and the decisiveness that the present situation of our nation demands. This is the time, honorable colleague members, to speak the truth, the whole truth, frankly and boldly. And we must not shy from honestly facing the conditions in our country today. Article 95, sub-article 2 of the Constitution mandates the National Assembly to deliberate and resolve issues of concern to the people. We meet at a difficult time for our country and our people. These are not normal times, and we must not settle for business as usual. When we come together as we do today, Kenyans hope we might come up with solutions to the many problems they are grappling with and the many doubts they harbor about the country's future. Majority of us here are elected representatives of the people. The people are our business, and we know they are suffering. From escalating food prices, to escalating costs of secondary education, to rising costs of electricity, and so on and so forth, to lingering questions about the just concluded general elections. Kenyans have concerns, doubts, and fears that we must respond to. And Kenyans feel that sometimes Kenyans feel that we have tended to abandon them and be cozy with the executive. At this forum, and back in Nairobi, we must agree on how to work for the people and not for ourselves or the executive. And this is apparent, really, from the hue and cry about the very, very serious matter of NGCDF. You know, the suffering in our countryside is manifest. And this comes out clear when you come to the realization that most Kenyans have come to view a fund such as NGCDF as their lifeline. And indeed, if I don't speak about NGCDF, perhaps no one else will speak about it. That's a fund that the NGCDF is a fund that, and GAF of course, is a fund that must be ring-fenced, if only to save our people. And anybody, or any authority that would tend to interfere with NGCDF will definitely meet the wrath of the people. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 enhanced our power in the approval and oversight of the budget. That is one of the subjects we are set to discuss here in this seminar. I want to appeal to all of us, regardless of our parties, to ask ourselves to what extent can we support taxation policies that are clearly hurting our people. Don't we have powers to lessen the tax burden in our country? If the answer is yes, the next question is, why aren't we using that power? Again, why can't we ensure that the national budgeting is realistic and based on solid assumptions, including realistic revenue projections? And I say this with all humility. With all humility. And the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro and my good friend, Honorable Kimani Kuria, who are chairs of Budget Committee and Finance Committee respectively, were members of the Public Accounts Committee in the 12th Parliament, which I was privileged to chair. And I've got no doubt about their capacity to lead those very two key committees. We must, as a country, cut our cloth according to our size. We have to do that. This budget that we keep on talking about 3 trillion. In the financial year 2019-2020, which is the last financial year we reported on as PSC, the total national revenue collection was about 1.7 trillion shillings. In a budget of 3 trillion shillings. That obviously leaves you with a gap, a budget deficit of 1.3 trillion shillings or thereabout. Anybody in basic economics class will tell you that is not sustainable. And this house must do something about it. This house must do something about it. When our people say they can't afford basics like unga and so forth, don't we have the power, responsibility, and mandate to force the executive to act on those complaints? Are we that powerless to be sent by the people to speak and act for them only for us to do nothing? The last time in recent history that Parliament convened while dark clouds of uncertainty, doubts, and hunger hovered over the land was in the year 2018, in the midst of the post-election violence. That Parliament that opened on the 15th of January 2008 went down in history as the one that came up with a raft of decisive steps that restored hope among our people. Resuscitated the economy, strengthened existing institutions, and created new ones to improve governance. That Parliament laid ground for judicial reforms, police reforms, constitutional reforms, electoral reforms, truth, justice, and reconciliation, land reforms, and youth employment, among other progressive initiatives. Above all, the 10th Parliament gave the country a new constitution. What do we, the 13th Parliament, want to be remembered for, having come to office in times very similar to those of 2008? Do we want to be remembered as the assembly that saw suffering of the people and did nothing? Today, we have a situation and I'm just concluding now. We have a situation where Parliament is being asked to originate legislation creating the office of the Leader of Opposition and allowing cabinet secretaries to attend House proceedings and answer questions from honorable members. Are we sure we want to be the assembly that could not take a stand whether we are a presidential or a parliamentary system? Can't we make up our minds for once? Because really, there seems to be consensus on some of these issues. Everybody seems to be agreeing that we need the office of Leader of Official Opposition. Everybody seems to be agreeing that we need cabinet secretaries to be in the House. Okay? Then why can't we just go the full hog and say we want parliamentary system and have cabinet ministers appointed amongst us? Why are we going for half measures? Why? Why? And if we want the office of the Leader of Official Opposition, and we also seem to want the office of the Prime Minister, both political formations, the major ones, this for now, we all agree that we need the office of the Prime Minister. Then why can't we go the full hog and review the Constitution and create that office as the head of government business in the National Assembly? Okay? I am very impressed that the doctrine of separation of powers features prominently in the seminar program. Our nation's political landscape demands constant engagement on the issue. The spirit inherent in this doctrine is to entrench division of government responsibilities between the legislative, executive, and judicial branches, to inhibit concentration of power and provide for checks and balances. This is key to the proper functioning of democratic system of governance. Indeed, the Constitution clearly assigns specific roles to the different arms of government. However, in the execution of the roles, none of the arms can operate in isolation. It behoves the 13th Parliament to assert its independence while maintaining good working relations with the other arms of government. Strangulation of the judiciary and Parliament by the executive is inimical to the democratic culture that we are trying to cultivate in the country under the new constitutional dispensation. We cannot end this seminar, very finally, without addressing the issue of IBC. Today, just like in the election of 2007, I know I may be touching a wrong up, but we were leaders, need to talk. Today, just like in the election of 2007, the integrity of the IBC is being put to question. There are serious doubts about IBC's future capacity to deliver credible elections. The very existence of IBC is in doubt. We have earned the dubious distinction as a country whose electoral body was split into two at a most crucial phase of its undertakings. We cannot therefore afford to approach the sensitive task of reconstituting the IBC in a business as usual manner. Do we want to simply aim at scoring political points in this delicate exercise? Or do we want to be the assembly that put Kenya family on the path of credible elections managed by a respected institution that enjoys the support of Kenyans across the political divide? Can't we be the house that solved with finality the problems that deny credibility to this institution that is so critical to political management of our country? As I finish now, I want to refer you to St. Paul's letter to Galatians. Just listen to me. St. Paul, in his letter to Galatians, if you go to chapter 3, verse 1, Paul is really exhorting the Galatians. Indeed, he is rebuking them. Oh, you foolish Galatians, who has bewitched you? Yet you know clearly that Jesus Christ died for your sins, and we are going back to the law of Moses. This letter was written, I think, in the 1st century after Christ. And St. Paul, or Apostle Paul, could as well have been speaking to Kenyans in the 21st century. That we know our problems, we know what should be done, and yet we decided to differ on how to do it, simply to score political points. St. Paul must have been addressing us. With all those very many remarks, thank you, honorable colleagues, and may the Almighty God take care of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wandai, for that passionate speech. But I think you need to remember that St. Paul was also speaking to you. And I hope that you shall heed. One would be mistaken to think that we have forgotten that this is a post-election seminar. And if you look at your programs, the issues relating to oversight raised by Honorable Opio, issues relating to budget, and issues relating to separation of powers and relations with the judiciary are topics for the next 3 days when we shall be here. We shall have an opportunity as honorable members to address them and conclusively reach a consensus on those points. And I have no doubt that after that, Honorable Opio will rewrite his speech. On the matter of IEBC, that again is something that the members shall have an opportunity to deal with. Okay, members, we have an opportunity to look into that. And now, without further ado, I'd like to invite the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, MGH MP and Leader of Majority. Karibu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Your Excellency the President, His Excellency the Prime Cabinet Secretary and the Right Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, our Governor for Mombasa County, the Honorable Abdul Samad, honorable members, good afternoon. Your Excellency, allow me to first take this opportunity to thank you for having afforded time out of your busy schedule to join us as members of the National Assembly in this post-election conference. It's not lost on us, Your Excellency, that since 2013, when our former President Uhuru Kenyatta attended the first post-election conference, or rather seminar, this is the only other post-election seminar that has been graced by the presidency, and we welcome you and thank you for having found time to join us. Allow me to, Your Excellency, to take this opportunity to profoundly thank all the members of the National Assembly and our staff in Parliament for also having afforded time from their otherwise very busy schedules during the recess period. And you will appreciate, Your Excellency, that these members took leave from their long recess to be able to be here in Mombasa for close to 2 weeks, first for the induction workshop last week, and this week for this post-election conference. Your Excellency, this post-election conference comes at a very good time because it comes towards the tail end of our long recess after the first session of the 13th Parliament. And just at the nick of time before we resume Parliament in the next 2 weeks or so. And Your Excellency, as you are well aware, having served as a member of Parliament, the session that we are going into, this session beginning in the next 2 weeks, is usually the most busy session of any parliament. As my brother and colleague, Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 has mentioned, we'll get into the budget cycle and the finance bill, and it's a very busy season for Parliament. And indeed, this seminar then comes at a very good time to be able to equip all members of Parliament with the knowledge and the skills to be able to deal with all issues that will come before them for deliberation on the floor of Parliament. That's why I took time, honorable members, to thank you for having afforded that time. As you're already aware, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association that has kindly hosted this seminar together with the Parliamentary National Assembly's leadership, CPA serves to connect and to develop, promote and support parliamentarians and their staff in the advancement of parliamentary ideals by identifying benchmarks of good governance and people-centered legislatures. Your Excellency, the transient nature of our parliament, especially in this country, behoves, Honorable President, that we have seminars like this to be able to build capacity among us members. And I say the transient nature, Honorable Speaker and Your Excellency the President, of our parliament. In the last many years, we've had only less than 50% of members being re-elected in parliament. But Your Excellency, the 13th Parliament is an exception and has reversed this otherwise not very good trend in our country. During the last elections in August 2022, a total of 192 members were re-elected, representing 55% of a return rate. 22 of these returning members served in the 11th Parliament or in earlier parliaments, like the Honorable Chairperson of Speakers Panel, the Honorable Member for Dadaab. It is also not worthwhile noting, Your Excellency, that the balance in the House is steadily peaking in terms of gender balance. And out of the members that were elected in this assembly, 81 female members comprising of 47 county women representatives, 28 elected single-member constituency MPs, and 6 nominated members are of the female gender. This representing 23% of the total membership of the House, and therefore slightly short of the 10% to achieve the 1/3 gender rule constitutional threshold. Your Excellency, aware that a number of us are first-time members. This forum is also very suitable for interaction, for experience sharing, and we've already had that opportunity from many of our resource persons who have been able to speak to us this morning, and also for expectation management on legislative discourse as a member of Parliament. Honorable members, we are here to equip each other with basic knowledge on parliamentary practices and procedures, and to be exposed on how to effectively discharge our constitutional mandate. And I want to believe that the ripple effect of what we will learn from this seminar at the end of this week is better governance and service delivery to the people of Kenya. As the leader of majority in the National Assembly, I wish to assure you that we will be able to relate the new knowledge to the business of the House, both in committees and in the plenary of the House. We must rise, as the leader of minority said, above self to safeguard the welfare of our nation and realize the people's expectations of their elected representatives. This is the underpinning principle of any democracy that has regard for good governance and continuous improvement of the welfare of its people through their elected representatives. Your Excellency, it is undisputed that governments all over the world exist to serve their people. And parliaments, in effect, act as a principal lawmaking institution that is charged with the legislative function, hence setting the boundaries within which any government, including you as Your Excellency, will operate. It is my conviction that this seminar will fortify strategic interventions for adoption by the legislature to address the emerging issues in the delivery of its mandate and underpin governance in an effective and robust manner while having citizen needs at the core of everything that we do. Honorable members, politics for us, because we are elected as politicians, is a way of life for each member assembled here today. And I'll tell you, members, in my experience as a ranking member of the National Assembly, is that as much as we cannot fail to play politics in every matter, the voice of reason is always and must always prevail on every member where the people's welfare is concerned. And as much as we will hold very firm political party positions, we must never allow grandstanding to come in the way of well-intended and noble decisions that the National Assembly make in line with our constitutional mandate to serve the people that we come to represent. Your Excellency, I want to assure you that this is a spirit I will endeavor to have matters resolved across the divide with our minority party colleagues, and similarly, and more importantly, we must, as the National Assembly, come together to play our rightful role to ensure effective oversight of the executive at all times by confirming that the actions of government are addressing emergent needs and that good governance is entrenched in our society and indeed in our country. It is also not lost on me, Your Excellency, that a pragmatic review of the National Assembly standing orders is critical to the realization of your government's agenda for this great nation. We shall initiate a review of the rules of procedure in order to align them to the government's agenda while protecting the independence of the National Assembly to safeguard its constitutional mandate and public interest. And I must report to Your Excellency that indeed the relevant committees have already begun work to review some of these standing orders, including the provision to allow cabinet secretaries to appear before the House and some of the other issues that the leader of minority has spoken to. Finally, honorable members, the range of topics, as the Deputy Speaker has indicated, that will be covered in this seminar is akin to a crash program or a crash course on all matters that you, as an effective member of the National Assembly, must be versed with. I won't take a lot of your valuable time enumerating the content of what you'll be going through in the course of a week. But suffice it to say that I am sure we shall leave this hall better equipped with practical experience and knowledge of what an elected leader, on what makes an elected leader like yourselves and myself become a global citizen, a servant leader of the people, and an expert decision maker on all public affairs. Honorable members, the leader of minority, the Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗍 has challenged us on what the 10th Parliament is remembered for, especially in the enactment of the new Constitution. And he has posed a question to us: what shall we as the 13th Assembly be remembered for? He's also enumerated the numerous challenges that face our people and some of the interventions that we should be looking into as members of Parliament. I want to believe we have the capacity, we have the will, and we have the determination to make the lives of our people better than we found them. And I just want to say, if you would agree with me, honorable members, knowing the suffering that our people are undergoing today, knowing the kind of economy that we have come into office under, it is a challenge to us that this Parliament must and should be remembered as that assembly that restored the economic dignity of our people and restored hope in their country. And I want to end by challenging you, honorable members, that we must be able to take our rightful position as members of Parliament to represent our people, to oversight government, but as I said, not to ever allow grandstanding and firm political party positions to get on the way of what is right for the people of Kenya. Let us always stand for what is right, what will improve the lot of our people, And I believe we have that capacity even to review and look at all the issues that the leader of minority has spoken to, including what you have already done with the enactment of the IBC Amendment Bill that has already been signed into law, that was enacted by this Assembly as an amendment bill of a law that was also passed in the 12th Assembly. With those very many remarks, Your Excellency, thank you again for attending this seminar, and we look forward to working with your government, to oversighting your government, to ensure that indeed even your government serves the interest of the people, and the people are the core of all our engagements with your government. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and honorable members, for that opportunity.
And now it's my, thank you, Leader of Majority, and now it's my humble duty to invite the Speaker of the National Assembly and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Service Commission, the Right Honorable Moses Wetangula. Karibu.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of our Defense Forces, Prime Cabinet Secretary, our resource people led by Mr. Twigg from CPA, our majority and minority leaders, deputies, the distinguished Governor for Mombasa County 001, commissioners of the Parliamentary Service Commission from the National Assembly, chairs of various committees and your vice chairs, distinguished honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, we take the opportunity to welcome you to this post-election seminar being held here in our tourist city of Mombasa. This seminar is not just a get-together by members of parliament to engage in a talking shop. It is absolutely critical to fresh men and fresh women in the House. Parliamentarians who have come for the first time will have tremendous opportunities to learn on how to discharge their triple mandate of representation, legislation, and oversight. For the old-timers, this may look rhetorical, but for the new members, this is novel. And we come here, Your Excellency, to reaffirm our commitment to our republic, to our democracy, to our constitutionalism, and above all, to our duty as Parliament to understand and appreciate at all times that the centrality of our 2010 Constitution are the people of Kenya. And it's the people of Kenya that we all, including yourself, Your Excellency, have taken oath of office to serve. As Parliament, we will play our role. We will pass laws that are pro-people, laws that will enhance the change that we desire and require in the country. As a Parliament, we will help you to ensure that the resources that the people of Kenya place in the hands of the government through taxes are put to good use. And as a Parliament, I'll encourage our members to ensure that you represent the people who elected you individually and collectively with vigor, with confidence, and with utmost effect. Your Excellency, in the last week, there was a minor standoff in this seminar because of the delayed disbursement of CDF. Yours truly here came down, met the members, and we discussed very candidly, having engaged the executive back in Nairobi, and now the matter is behind us. We have a clear roadmap from the executive on how to disburse CDF timely so that members can be able to deal with situations that require the use of those resources. We equally dealt with the issue of the Affirmative Action Fund for Women, called 𝗙𝗢𝗡, and also the timely disbursement of those funds. The executive has done its bit last week, but much more will be done, I have no doubt, in ensuring that CDF and 𝗙𝗢𝗡 are readily available to help the populace. What I want to assure you, honorable members, and this I speak with authority because we have consulted widely and deeply, is that CDF is here to stay. And it's incumbent upon you as members of parliament to engage meaningfully and effectively to ensure that the irritations you keep getting from vexatious litigants going to court on each and every issue at every twist and turn to frustrate the management of public resources that help the ordinary people must be put to rest by ring-fencing these funds in the Constitution. Because the bogey boy of the litigation is always the constitutionality of the funds. Make them constitutional beyond any reasonable doubt, and the vexatious litigants will be run out of business very quickly. Thirdly, Your Excellency, this seminar is good and rich because for the first-timers, they are going to be exposed to a lot of issues on what is expected of them. They have to learn on how to deal with budgets. They have to learn on the limits and extent of their privileges. They have to learn on how to be effective representatives. They have to learn on how to be effective oversighters of the executive. And above all, this is a mold that takes you to be great statesmen and women in our republic. And as I told you last week, noblesse oblige. Nobility carries responsibility. So as members of parliament, we expect nothing less from you but conduct with extreme and absolutely admirable and unimpeachable decorum. Because you represent people, you carry their aspirations. So as your speaker, I want to encourage you. Even when you want to actively disagree with an issue, it is demeaning and an affront to the title you carry for you to raise your voice unnecessarily and beyond reasonable measure. We can disagree in a very, very soft way. I always say you must choose to engage in megaphone diplomacy, and we shout at each other from the top of KICC, or we whisper into the right ears to get the right issues done. Both will give you the same effect, but the whispering will give you a better effect. I want to end, Your Excellency, by encouraging your government that these members of parliament are a resource for you. Your agenda will only get effect and meaning when it is turned into legislation. Any regulations from the executive take effect and meaning when they are approved by parliament. And as a parliament, we'll be able to work hand in hand to ensure that the people of Kenya get what they deserve, get what they need, and live an incrementally better life than the time you came into power. We as Parliament have a cardinal duty to defend the Constitution, to uphold the Constitution, and we are going to do so without any fear or favor. Whatever you have sent to us to deal with is already before committees. Honorable members, as I finish, I have taken the extra step recently to put a team together because of the myriad of litigations that face Parliament on the most frivolous issues. I have brought together a team of senior lawyers in the House: Otienda Molo, Peter Kaluma, Murugara, John Makali, Wakili from Katanga, Osoro, and many others. And those who are not in the team, you may volunteer if you wish to join, so that you constantly deal with issues as they emerge, so that we are not held back by decisions of courts because we are not representing ourselves well. We are going to make sure that we give those pro bono services, and those members have assured me, Your Excellency, they'll give pro bono services to ensure that they head on and run out of town vexatious litigants as soon as is practically possible. It is now my humble pleasure, honorable members, and when His Excellency finishes addressing us, we are a bit too many probably to have a group picture. We probably will ask the leadership and our resource people, and of course the Cabinet Secretary and the Governor, to have a photo opportunity with the Head of State. And then His Excellency will join you for lunch. And those of you who have any sticky issues, you know the President has been a member of Parliament. He was there before CDF, and he was there during CDF. He knows the difference between the two. So you actually are preaching to the converted. And when you preach to the converted, it may end up spending our time badly, because he knows exactly what CDF means. Your Excellency, it is now my humble pleasure to invite you to come and talk to these distinguished members of Parliament of the 13th Parliament.
Tafadhali tuketi chini, asanteni sana. Thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Honorable 𝗦𝗘𝗠𝗎𝗢𝗧-𝗘𝗢𝗏𝗡𝗠𝗔𝗥, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Mr. Stephen Twigg, Leader of Majority, 𝗘𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗡 Anthony, the Leader of Minority, 𝗍𝗢𝗨𝗡𝗧𝗑, the whips, honorable members, good afternoon. Hamjambo. I am truly happy to be in your midst. And before I make my small remarks, let me first take this opportunity to congratulate each and every one member who has been elected to the 13th Parliament. Honorable members, I repeat to say congratulations, because I am a practicing politician. I have been elected a few times, and I know how difficult it is to persuade people to elect one. So I have tremendous respect for elected officials. Congratulations to all of you. Congratulations to those who earned the respect of their political parties to be nominated. And let me say from the onset that I look forward to working with all of you. I join you, honorable members, on this National Assembly Day at this event of tremendous importance as you undertake deliberations, reflections, consultations, and other discourses related to your mandate, which is essential to citizen well-being and our collective national progress. Since my last encounter with you, when I addressed a joint sitting of Parliament, significant developments have unfolded in our constantly evolving context. The role of the legislature has continued to assert itself in highly important, far-reaching ways. The need for a clear, rational, sustainable, and clear framework of engagement between the three arms of government has come out in very sharp focus. The National Assembly has, over the brief period, considered and passed legislative items that are critical for the nation, robustly vetted and approved various appointments of state officers, including cabinet secretaries, principal secretaries, and the Inspector General of the Police Service. At the same time, you have concluded important internal agendas, including the formation of House committees, and it is my special honor to respectfully acknowledge the presence of the chairpersons and vice chairpersons who are in our midst. Pongezi sana waheshimiwa for being given the mandate to run the affairs of the various committees of the House. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and honorable members for the priority you have accorded the government agenda in the House. As a result, we were able to expeditiously constitute the executive, conclude critical legislation, consider and approve various nominees for appointment to public office. The approval of the regulations which brought the Hustler Fund into operation, thereby realizing our financial inclusion agenda, is of particular historic significance. Similarly, the first legislation to receive my assent, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission number 1 of 2023, is designed to provide a framework for us with close parliamentary oversight to sustain the incremental perfection of our electoral regime. And in so doing, the National Assembly played its part in setting the stage for us to deliver on our commitment to undertake a radical socio-economic transformation with a view to uplifting Kenyans and all our people. I am therefore immensely privileged to have this singular opportunity to convey my gratitude to you in person and let you know that I do not take your consideration for agenda of the Kenya government for granted. Thank you very much. It is by working together in this spirit that we, as leaders, affirm the hope that Kenya's bright future can be guaranteed through dedicated service of our shared commitment. Mr. Speaker, I recently conveyed a list of additional names of persons whose suitability the House shall consider once it resumes. I request honorable members to perform their duty expeditiously to enable successful nominees assume their roles without delay. This is essential for our good governance. As set out in my address at the joint sitting of the House and reiterated in my memorandum to the Speaker, we see transparency and accountability as vital components of good governance, effective delivery, and the legitimacy of the executive. For this reason, the government is committed to the radical enhancement of its accountability to the people of Kenya through their democratically elected representatives in Parliament. In keeping with this commitment to enhancing government accountability, I have formally requested Parliament to formulate within its procedures a mechanism for cabinet secretaries to appear before the House and give account to the people's representatives. I am steadfast in the conviction that articulating government policy and answering questions from the floor of the House is fundamental to the transparency and accountability of government. Properly effected, this framework will enhance parliamentary effectiveness by providing an optimal convergence of oversight and representation. It is important to emphasize, which I do, that the measure I request does not require any amendment to the Constitution and does, on the contrary, fulfill the threshold of accountability mandated by the Constitution. I therefore respectfully reiterate my request to Parliament and urge honourable members to move with speed in effecting the appropriate amendment of the standing orders once the House resumes, so that Article 1534B, that states that Cabinet Secretaries shall provide Parliament with full and regular reports concerning matters under their control, is actually effected. And with a lot of respect, let me make this argument. I was privileged to be part of the constitution-making process. And we had an opportunity to decide whether this country would go parliamentary or presidential. The people of Kenya decided unanimously that they wanted to elect their president. So we have crossed the Rubicon on matters parliamentary or presidential. We've crossed that Rubicon. What we need to do is to refine the system of government that the people of Kenya decided, the presidential system, to refine it so that it is much more accountable. When I sent the request to Parliament for you, members, honorable members, to consider cabinet secretaries answering questions directly to members of Parliament, it was not an issue of trying to renegotiate the Constitution. It is an issue of accountability. I am a very strong believer that a government is as good as the accountability mechanism that has been put in place. All I am asking, honorable members, is for you to better, much more effectively, much more efficiently, to be able to discharge your responsibility of oversight over government. Ordinarily, an administration would be running away from that act. But I am presenting my government to you, honorable members, to oversight, to ask questions, to interrogate, so that we can have a better country for all of us. To affirm that we are well and truly on a new trajectory in legislative management, I cannot fail to mention and commend the recent facilitation by the House of the work of majority and minority caucuses outside the scope of formal parliamentary business. I recently attended a meeting of the majority caucus and was able to observe and confirm the value of this new practice. It is a welcome innovation, and I salute the imagination deployed by the House in achieving this outfit. I hope Opio and I will also welcome me to the minority caucus, maybe to have a conversation. I indicated at the onset that this event is critical and of fundamental importance. By design, Parliament is a consequential institution of state. A democratic government is underpinned by a representative assembly. The people, who are sovereign, speak to government on a continuous basis through Parliament. Through their members of Parliament, the people ask questions, find answers, audit the exercise of power and resources by their authorized officials, authorize the sharing of resources, interrogate, and moderate public policy. In our progressive democratic dispensation, the government is not feasible in any shape or form without a duly constituted parliament. It is clear that the robustness of our democracy, effectiveness of government, viability of the state, and the feasibility of development depend to a considerable extent to the existence and effective functioning of a strong parliament. The role of parliament, as set out in Article 94, outlines the fundamental scope of the institution. The role of the National Assembly, as set out in Article 95, goes further to establish the vital implications of this indispensable institution. Members of Parliament are therefore state officers who individually and collectively perform duties and functions that go to the heart of governance and democracy. The Constitution has invested heavy demands upon your legislative oversight and representative roles. At the same time, it is most remarkable that there exists no standard curriculum, education, or training institution to facilitate legislators in performing their functions. The principle of sovereignty of the people dictates that no barrier should fetter its full exercise, and that whoever the people elect must be deemed fit for purpose and promptly thrown into the deep end of complex, diverse, often specialized technical legislative activity with monumental national implications. I know from experience that how Parliament fares collectively is a function of the capability and efforts of individual legislators. I also know that effective representation of our constituencies is highly challenging, and that at all times we work under significant resource constraints. Nevertheless, members of Parliament quickly adapt to the pace of national service at the parliamentary level by principally exercising an insatiable curiosity and also through peer learning. In this gathering, there exists precious nuggets of wisdom and invaluable learnings from the experience of colleagues who are sitting here, especially those who are ranking members. This post-election seminar is therefore particularly welcome since it provides a more structured forum for the exchange of insights, experiences, techniques, and contemporary knowledge on the conduct of parliamentary affairs. I have noted that your engagements will cover such critical matters as parliamentary procedures, budgeting, as well as powers and privileges. These go to the heart of your role as parliamentarians and will simultaneously fulfill the functions of a welcome new learning for debunked members and a timely refresher course for the veterans. Equally important, this seminar is an opportunity to forge useful networks with colleagues as well as distinguished guests who are present here, including the gentlemen from Commonwealth who are visiting from various other jurisdictions. By design, our parliament represents the face of Kenya. Its diversity is unrivaled as a perennial feature of the institution. Every portion of Kenya, as well as every community, belief, shade of opinion, and occupation are represented. The representatives themselves are equally diverse, with members hailing from innumerable professional backgrounds and walks of life. Among our members of parliament are lawyers, doctors, engineers, including Sudi, hospitality professionals, teachers, former military and police personnel, administrators, trade unionists, and businessmen in various networks and sectors. Yeah, somebody introduced to me Sudi as Engineer Sudi, so I was just... I celebrate this diversity and encourage you as leaders to embrace it as a platform to champion a Kenya that is strong and united, yet proudly diverse and inclusive. We must be more intentional in order to make this tremendous endowment count for the betterment of our nation. I am further encouraged to witness the fact that your appetite for diversity is not restricted to our local situation. You have partnered with the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association to host this seminar and brought on board facilitators from South Africa, the United Kingdom, Australia and Canada, as well as the United States of America through the good offices of the National Democratic Institute and the International Republican Institute. The objectives of this seminar are aligned with long-standing collaboration between Kenya and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, as well as the agenda for the development of parliamentary democracy that we share throughout the Commonwealth family. Mr. Speaker, one outcome I look forward to with great anticipation is the emergence of a robust ethos of strong individual and collective parliamentary performance, is cognizant that Parliament, the national executive, and the judiciary are ultimately arms of one government. Let me repeat that. One outcome that I look forward to with great anticipation is the emergence of a robust ethos of strong individual and collective parliamentary performance that is cognizant that Parliament, the national executive, and the judiciary are ultimately arms of one government. It is essential that we make significant progress in building a constructive synergy among the arms of government, which scrupulously observes constitutional boundaries, checks, and balances. At the same time, we must be capable of coordinating effectively towards the realization of our shared aspiration, the well-being of every citizen and their socio-economic uplift through a radical transformation governance and in our economy. In order to achieve effective synergy between the arms of government, I have assigned the Prime Cabinet Secretary, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, the role of coordinating and liaising with Parliament on the legislative agenda of government. And I have done so realizing the importance of there being a firm, definite link between the executive and Parliament that facilitates the work of Parliament, especially on requests from the executive. I have also assigned the Honorable Attorney General, Honorable Justin Muturi, the counterpart liaison role with the judiciary. I hope, dear honorable members, that you see, as I do, a collaborative framework along these lines is a viable means of deploying our leadership capabilities to address the issues that matter to Kenyans. It is in this spirit of effective coordination and constructive synergy that I wish to address the matter of dispute management. We are a proudly diverse but inclusive democracy. Parliament represents every shade of opinion in Kenya. Differences, disagreements, and divergent standpoints are inevitable. Something would be terribly wrong if we agreed all the time on everything. How we handle disagreement goes a long way to demonstrate our grasp of the parliamentary mandate. The name parliament originates from an old French word for speaking. Parliament is the national forum where the people, through their representatives, reason together on a continuous basis. Speaking with each other is the essence of the institution. Through debate, consultation, and negotiation over every matter until an acceptable position is reached. Parliament is not a place for picketing or heckling or holding demonstrations or holding other institutions at ransom. I must respectfully observe that the emerging practice of litigating disagreements through the courts not only contradicts the essential purpose of parliamentary institutions, it demonstrates the failure of Parliament at the level of institution and at the member level. The people elected members of the National Assembly to perform their work through Parliament, not the judiciary. If the people had wanted their representatives to litigate their matters in the courts, the Constitution would have provided for the elections of magistrates or judges, not parliamentarians. What I'm trying to say is the following, that there will always be issues, and I want to encourage the leadership of Parliament and the collective body of members of Parliament, both in the National Assembly and in the Senate, that we cannot continue to take our disagreements to the judiciary. If anything, we are surrendering the legitimacy of the houses to the judiciary. And the only beneficiaries of these litigations are those people the Speaker was talking about. The vexatious litigants are the only beneficiaries, and of course, the good people. I do not want to run into trouble with lawyers, but they are the only other beneficiaries of those litigations. So I would really encourage Parliament, if Parliament actually has the power to constitute itself into a court, how does one court take another court to court? You know, it really must be something that Parliament must really think about. And members from across the divide should be able to provide leadership in a manner that we can be able to create consensus on issues that affect the Houses of Parliament. It is time for the leadership of Parliament in both houses and at the majority and minority parties to take a clear stand on this matter and decisively move to discourage the prosecution of parliamentary business in courts. There are some courses of action which automatically fall off our set of strategic options once we properly internalize our purpose, role, and function. For parliamentarians, court litigation is such a course of action. Let us resolve our issues within Parliament. As earlier observed, the National Assembly is essential to the proper functioning of government and the achievement of development aspirations. It holds immense power with fundamental implications over every dimension of national endeavor. This power, however, must be exercised with prudence, restraint, and a strong sense of sustainability, especially as pertains as budgeting. I agree entirely that we must cut the cloth that fits us. We cannot continuously have an oversized budget and imagine that there will be some miracles that will happen. When I came into office, we had a budget that we needed to borrow 900 billion. And I thought that was reckless and irresponsible. I cut it down to 600 billion. I will be presenting shortly our revised budget that will actualize that commitment that I made to the country. The context of national budgetary decision-making, balancing limited resources against the demanding needs for equitable allocation and avoidable obligations, makes hard and unpopular decisions inevitable. The scope of our budgetary ambitions is firmly dictated by our ability to finance it through available revenue-raising measures. Service delivery depends on appropriation of available resources, and it is quite clear that not every item we deem urgent and necessary will be financed. And when I say available revenue-raising measures, I mean that each and every one of us, once we agree on a tax regime, each and every one of us must pay their part of taxes. We cannot continue to operate in a space where those in power exempt themselves from paying taxes using all manner of instruments, while those who do not have as much power pay tax. All I am saying is that the good people who are used to exempting themselves from paying tax, their day is up. Every citizen must pay tax. That's all I am saying. And it doesn't matter, even if they sponsor demonstrations so that they don't pay tax, I want to promise them they will pay tax. There's no more exemption. This country is not the animal farm, where some are more equal than others. We are going to have a society where every citizen carries a fair share of our burden to raise taxes. I am not talking about additional taxes. I am talking about taxes that have been agreed upon by Parliament and signed into law. We must therefore be especially prudent, by which I mean that it is our duty to avoid increase in budgetary allocations regardless of financing capacity, and to endeavor at all times to use our offices as servants of the people to ensure that government lives within its means. And that is a collective responsibility, both by the executive and by the legislature, that we ensure that our budget-making process is aligned to the resources that we have. This calls for us to bring back our expenditures within sustainable limits. Our recurrent expenditure currently outstrips revenue collection. You will recall that in our last interaction, I directed the National Treasury to reduce budgetary allocation, as I said, in this year's budget by about 300 billion. The reductions are going to be included in the supplementary budget for your consideration once the House resumes, and I am counting on your understanding and leadership to minimize non-essential expenditure. As pertains the NGCDF, you don't need to convince me about the importance of decentralized funds in meeting the everyday needs of ordinary citizens at the grassroots. I was a member of parliament when there was no CDF. I was a member of parliament when we introduced CDF. I know the difference. It is like day and night. I understand the pressure that you are in regard to this matter, and I am also aware that the National Treasury has communicated its commitment to a disbursement schedule that is realistically aligned to revenue projections and actual collections. I therefore ask you to be understanding and to work with what is actually possible. And I will be as candid as I can be so that we don't overpromise and we don't underdeliver. I reiterate that we must take a stand and play our part in enhancing budgetary sustainability and minimize fiscal risks by aligning our demands with the best budgeting principles within the limits of our budget policy. Due to the prevailing drought, our people are undergoing food stress. We are taking measures to alleviate the situation by distributing basic food supplies to the most vulnerable in affected populations. It is our plan to support our farmers through provision of adequate farm inputs, including affordable fertilizer, mechanization, technical and extension services, as a key priority. And let me say, it is true, we have a serious situation of cost of living. We didn't get here overnight. We got here because of a series of decisions that were not made in the right direction. We will not get out of it by magic. We will get out of it by clear plans, interventions. And I want to promise you, members, that we have already registered 5 million farmers across the country. We intend to work with our farmers to grow our food so that we do not become slaves of imports from other countries when we have farmers who can do this for us. All the farmers are asking is to work with government to ensure that they can produce food for our nation. I know that the National Assembly has and will continue to receive reports detailing the manner and extent of environmental harm occasioned in various parts of the country through various reckless and illegal acts. Deforestation and pollution are among the leading practices. I recently launched a national tree planting program aimed at growing at least 15 billion trees by the year 2032. I urge you to join the movement to green Kenya by leading tree planting campaigns in your constituencies. Additionally, I encourage you to be mindful of the imperative to prioritize the conservation of wetlands and inland water bodies, including rivers and swamps, which are critical for our water needs. I have been greatly encouraged to note your strong participation in regional and Pan-African forums. This is an aspect of your activity that deserves greater focus as an integral part of your functions. The starting point is to arrive at an understanding and articulation of the East African community and other regional frameworks as platforms for us to enrich our sovereignty by projecting our national values and embracing our brothers and sisters throughout our region and continent into networks of collaboration and cooperation for mutual benefit. It is your various interparliamentary encounters, therefore, that will make our values visible as an integral part of our national brand and extend our networks of solidarity and goodwill across our region. As I conclude, I wish to reiterate the Government of Kenya's commitment to sustain a high level of effective, impactful, and transformational engagement with Parliament, since this is key to the achievement of our vision for Kenya. To underscore the seriousness of this commitment, I have designated a principal secretary solely responsible for parliamentary affairs under the Prime Cabinet Secretary, a liaison and coordination function. And I'm sure the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi will be speaking to you later. I intend to honor your invitation to forums like this in furtherance of our intention to enhance synergy among arms of government in order to deliver a more and a better Kenya within a short time. And let me commit to this August gathering that we will continue to explore avenues of building synergy between what you do and what the executive is doing. And I have no intention whatsoever to compromise the oversight role or the independence of Parliament. Parliament must always defend its independence and must always act independently as is required by the Constitution, as we do in the executive and as we do and as the judiciary does, all understanding that we serve the same people, but we have to do so from different platforms. It is now my pleasant duty, honorable members, to declare this seminar officially open. I wish you very fruitful deliberations. May the good Lord bless you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Mr. President, for that very inspiring speech. A round of applause for Mr. President. And allow me, members, briefly, going forward for the rest of the afternoon, the program will be as follows. As soon as we finish singing the national anthem now, we shall remain in the room and allow His Excellency the President to be escorted out of here by the Right Honorable Speaker, together with the select 9 members that the Speaker had mentioned earlier. Thereafter, we shall all leave and move to the dining room and be seated, and then the President shall join us for lunch shortly thereafter. And after our lunch, honorable members, we shall resume at 3 p.m. and the first topic shall be led by the Right Honorable Prime CS, Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, which will start at 3 p.m. on time. Thank you, honorable members. We may now have the national anthem. Let's remain standing for the national anthem. Yes. Ngoje kwanza. Wacha waende.
𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗢 on the role of the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, which the President talked to at length this morning. Thereafter, we will go back to the program. When the Minister finishes his presentation, as we have been doing, we'll give an opportunity for those of you with comments, questions to raise. He will then answer them the best he can. And when he finishes, we release him to go because he has a cabinet meeting tomorrow. After that, we'll go back to the morning presentation. I think the questions that many of you asked were not all addressed. So the discussants of the morning will be still available. After that, we have my good friend Wachira Maina. Is he here? Wachira Maina, good lawyer. We have Farah Maalim is in the afternoon session. We have Natalie Foster. That is topic 4. We must push very hard to recover lost time. And after the Wachira Maina group, we have my own distinguished classmate, Justice Ibrahim of the Supreme Court representing Chief Justice Martha Koome. He will be appearing in topic 5 with Kevin Andrews and Sylvia Lucas. That will close the day. So we will take the Prime Cabinet. After that, questions we finish, we go back to those we didn't deal with, and then the next 2 sessions. If we run into time pressure, then we might take topic 4 and 5 together before you ask your questions and make your comments. Let's see how it goes. Let me take also the opportunity to welcome the PS in the Cabinet Secretary's office. Could you stand and be acknowledged? That is the PS in the Prime Cabinet Secretary's office that will be dealing with you on a day-to-day basis. So can we put our hands together to welcome the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi? Pardon? She's called Rono, Miss Rono. Aurelia Rono. I can assure you she's a very enthusiastic PS. She visited me last week and spent 2 hours with me asking me, this is a new office, how do we relate with the Parliament, what are the areas we need to deal with? And I could see somebody who is ready and willing to work with us. So let's give her a round of applause as well. I'm sure she'll be a phone call away anytime you need her. And Musalia Mudavadi is no stranger to you. He has been in Parliament for a long time. He came into Parliament when he was very young, in his late 20s. Is that so? Yes, in his late 20s. He has scaled the heights of leadership in this country. He was Minister for Supplies and Marketing when he was below 30. He became Minister for Finance. He became Minister for Transport and Communications as it was then. He served as Minister for Agriculture. He served as a Vice President. It matters not. Then eventually he served as the Deputy Prime Minister in the Nusumukate government. And now he is our Prime Cabinet Secretary. Welcome, the Honorable Musalia Mudavadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me also just say at the very outset, congratulations to all of you for being elected and also for being acknowledged by your respective parties and nominated to Parliament. Pongezi sana, and it may sound a little late, but Happy New Year to all of you. Asante sana. I will be quite brief to try and assist the Speaker in gaining on the time that he said we should try and help on. So I have a presentation which I'll make. I'll try and do it in about 15 minutes or so. But I've had the privilege of sharing it on soft copy with your secretariat here, so that at a later stage you can have time to interrogate it. And we'd be very happy to get your feedback after you've had that opportunity to interrogate it. Basically, when I was invited by the Speaker, I tried to figure out how to explain the linkage between Parliament and the Executive. And I thought I would be a little bit provocative. So I have titled my comments as Some Inconvenient Truths and Going Beyond Business as Usual. We have to start coming to terms with some of the new realities and to see how to operate. So, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Moses Masika Wetangula, the Assembly leadership, honorable members, and the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Honorable Stephen Twigg. Mr. Speaker, this seminar has asked me to speak to the linkage between Parliament and the Executive. Ordinarily, this topic inadvertently invites me to first explain the role of the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and second, its linkage to Parliament. The convenient thing to do would be just to draw your attention to Executive Order Number 1 of January 2023, which outlines the functional roles of this office. And these are coordination and supervision of government ministries and state departments, overseeing the implementation of the national government policies, programs, and projects, chairing and coordinating national government legislative agenda across all ministries and state departments in consultation with and for transmission to the party coalition leaders in Parliament. I'll also be chairing the Principal Secretaries Committees and engage in the supervising and technical monitoring and evaluation of government policies and programs. I would then easily tabulate how these functions intersect with the roles of Parliament in legislating, representation, allocation of national revenue, and oversight roles that gel with executive roles of originating bills and implementation of legislation, policy formulation, and service delivery. However, to do justice at this important seminar, I have recently learned through a fresh happening in this forum and, and my own earthquake phenomena experience that sometimes you need to be destructive in order to construct. That change comes only after discomfort. I have therefore deliberately tweaked the title of my presentation, as I said, to read Linkage Between Parliament and the Executive, Some Inconvenient Truths, Going Beyond Business as Usual. Let me touch on some of the inconvenient truths. The Constitution is 12 years old. But how often, as leaders, have we or do we reflect on Chapter 6 on leadership and integrity? Specifically, the following articles. Article 73, responsibilities of leadership. 74, the oath of office of state officers. 75, conduct of state officers. 76, probity of state officers. 77, restriction on activities of state officers. 78, citizenship and leadership. 79, legislation to establish the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. 80, legislation on leadership. Further, how about Article 10 and its 17 national values? The obligations on representation of the people in Chapter 7, the fidelity of Chapter 12 on public finance, Chapter 13 guidelines on public finance management, and the subsequent laws that operationalize these chapters of the Constitution. If I dare ask, how many of us can recite 2 national values? The inconvenient truth is that these chapters and the articles in the Constitution on leadership activities are adhered to in default rather than in observance. Could it be that they escape our attention because they are inconvenient to our well-being? Let's take the following issues, for example. Corruption. It is no secret that corruption has been a persistent problem in our country. As leaders, we must be prepared to face it head-on. The second one is lack of political will. Often, we take political will to mean risk. In policy implementation, we hesitate to take bold decisions in the best interests of citizens, out of fear of the unknown or simply because a policy does not align with personal or political interests. The other thing is lack of transparency. Lack of political will is a cousin of lack of transparency in public processes. And lack of transparency has an uncle in corruption. When processes are opaque and not easily accessible to the public, citizens suspect incestuous relationships and cannot trust or even hold leaders accountable. Let me also touch on political polarization. Political polarization is very detrimental to decision-making in resource allocation. Consensus in policy-making and legislation is the casualty of political polarization in favor of inertia and myopia. Hence, in a highly polarized political landscape, with different ethnic and regional leadership, often taking opposing positions on mundane issues, and decision-making slows, and the scales are tilted unfavorably against national development. Let us also look at briefly the issue of inadequate policy coordination. Inadequate policy coordination is a twin to lack of skills and expertise, capacity in policy initiation and implementation. In such an environment, coordinated outputs are difficult to some public officials. Thus, government ministries, agencies, and departments work in silos, leading to duplication, turf wars, and inefficiency. This is when the death of effective policy initiatives, implementation, evaluation, and monitoring occurs. Lethargy then occupies public offices rather than skilled officers. And blame games are formalized as government communication. So, how does the office of the Prime Minister sit in this background that I've put across? The coordination and supervision of government ministries, state departments, and agencies' role is not only just meant to ensure effective whole government and open government and effective delivery of services, but also inbuilt with its fulfillment of the commitment to enhance parliamentary oversight of the executive for increased public accountability. In this role, the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary has direct and indirect links to Parliament through the twin function of chairing and coordinating national government legislative agenda across all ministries and state departments and chairing the principal secretaries' committees. This means dealing with matters and functions relating to Parliament as the liaison office between the executive and Parliament, identifying policy, legal, and institutional reforms needed to implement the government agenda, oversight to ensure public participation and the involvement of other stakeholders in the development of bills by the various ministries, departments, and agencies. And honorable members, the issue of public participation has cost a lot of legislation. That is usually the Waterloo. We also have to monitor and evaluate the progress of policies and legislation to ensure the objects of the national government intended in the legal framework are within the constitutional framework and achieved in time. To illustrate the interplay between the executive and Parliament, it is worth noting that some parliamentary resolutions need interventions by the executive to be actualized. When Parliament sends resolutions to the respective ministries and departments and agencies for action, the tracking of and response time to these resolutions must be enhanced by the establishment of the Prime Cabinet Secretary's Office. In addition, bills passed by Parliament that have tremendous impact on priorities of national and county government's agenda will get priority watch. It is therefore important to centrally identify such actionable bills, track them, and ensure timely implementation. A fully fledged State Department for Parliamentary Affairs has been created for this purpose, and I'm happy that the Speaker has introduced the Permanent Secretary here, the Principal Secretary. And this department is tasked with communication of policy directions to Parliament, development and implementation of a framework to track and monitor bills for legislation in Parliament, ensure quality research and analysis to advise on existing legislative gaps, and ensure action and response to instructions and requests from Parliament. Complementing that department is the State Department of Performance and Delivery Management, which will deal with matters of performance contracting and delivery of public services within the executive, as well as oversight the implementation of national government policies, programs, and projects. This is why, and it's important for Parliament to note this, is that the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary hosts oversight agencies that include the Government Delivery Services. This was previously the PDU, the State Corporations Advisory Committee, the Inspectorate of State Corporations, and the Performance Contracting and Monitoring Unit. These are agencies that will be available for us to work with you. Now, in order to appreciate how the Office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary can help to improve execution of House resolutions, we have done a review of the status of the implementation of the House resolutions from the 12th Parliament. And this is what we found. The 12th Parliament sent 247 items for action by various ministries, departments, and government agencies. To date, items marked as not done are a monstrous 135. That is 54.7%. And out of this, 65% of the 135 items were first tabled in Parliament more than 3 years ago. Ongoing items are 34%, which translates to 13 34, which translates only to 13.8%, and those done are 78, and it translates to 31.5%. This, on average, is a completion rate of only 31.5% for resolutions spanning more than 5 years since tabling, and therefore one can see clearly that there's a very low implementation rate of parliamentary resolutions. In the matter of fast-tracking parliament resolutions, we will intervene in the following manner. We will incorporate a resolutions tracker into its overall tracking tool dashboard to ensure, that is the office's tool, to ensure that the visibility of resolutions is maintained until action is completed. We will be requesting Parliament to also copy our office any communication they make with the various ministries, departments, and agencies, so that we can also assist in the follow-up. We will want to carry out regular consultations with the House in matters that need prioritization and fast-tracking. We will also, through the Principal Secretaries Committee, provide a platform to resolve multi-sector stakeholder or multi-stakeholder complex issues, because, as I said, sometimes people work in silos, so this office will provide an opportunity for us to collate all these issues and deal with them as we should. Detailed proposal for the implementation framework, mechanisms and strategies to improve the engagement between the executive and Parliament are in a soft copy, as I indicated to you, and we have handed them over. They'll be attached to these remarks that I'm making. In the meantime, to make the executive and Parliament liaison process more productive, I would request that Parliament could review its communication processes to rope us in. Parliament should constantly update our office on its committees and House calendars with the aim of us assisting and making sure that scheduling and reporting and presentation dates by various ministries is handled effectively. This, ladies and gentlemen, if we work together with all the stakeholders, I think we can serve the Kenyan people better with the leverage of Parliament to guide us. Allow me just to highlight one or two executive expectations that we need from Parliament. First, I'll flag the privatization bill, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, privatization has stalled. It has stalled. It's not moving at all. And earlier when I was listening to the conversation in this building, in this house, there was the issue of where does the government look for resources? And it was clear that nobody wants to hear about any new taxation. Ladies and gentlemen, one way of the government raising resources to undertake certain programs is through privatization of various state entities. So I'll be appealing to Parliament that since the Privatization Commission and Treasury have finalized the draft bill and submitted it for public participation, we'll be looking forward to the Assembly or Parliament to help us so that we can fast-track this kind of bill. The other thing that I would just want to talk on is more of something that I feel strongly about, and I'll sum it up in 3 words. This is the matter of growth, equity, and sustainability. Growth, equity, and sustainability. In short, GES, or you can just have it as GES. Now, these are basic principles, and I would like us to just reflect on when we push legislation, whether it is a private member-sponsored legislation, or it's even within the government, or it's a petition emanating from a petition of a citizen, and it's going to be translated into law, we need to ask ourselves, does that law have provisions that can lead to growth in our economy? Does that law have the principle of equity? Is there common good across the board? And is that law and what it seeks to achieve, is it sustainable? If a piece of legislation does not reflect the principle of growth, does not reflect the principle of equity, and does not appear to be sustainable, then is it really worth being translated into legislation? These are the fundamental questions that we really need to ask ourselves. So whether we are looking at taxation, policies that would reduce income inequality, fund programs, then we must judge that piece of legislation based on those three principles. If it is something that is going to address climate change, investment in renewable energy, to help sustain sustainability in that area, that the negative impacts of climate change, then we must ask ourselves, if the principles are there, then it seems to be sound legislation. Does it uplift the small and medium-sized enterprises? We want equity. Are we seeing legislation that brings out growth, equity, and sustainability? Are we bringing in legislation that will anchor housing, healthcare, childcare, to ensure that everybody is able to earn a decent living and to pay for their health? Is that legislation available? Ask yourself as a rule of thumb, when you bring your piece of legislation, does it cover that? And I'll give an example of some extreme pieces of legislation that have been there in the past. They can sometimes look very popular, but they can be very devastating. Let me give the example of the Donde Bill. The Donde Bill, which was a buzzword in the country for some time, was a bill that sought to try and reintroduce price controls in the system, but starting with interest rates. So it looked very popular. Everybody would like to pay a loan, but at a modest interest rate, including me. But at the end of the day, it was a piece of legislation that disrupted the entire economic fabric, and it actually caused a curtailment of foreign direct investment and even foreign assistance to the government of Kenya until Parliament, I think it should be was it the 11th Parliament? After reflection and after the ping pong, you reversed it and put an end to that particular piece of legislation. So we need to look at it and say, when I'm bringing up that piece of legislation, what is going to be the overall impact, not to me as an individual, but to the entire country. Another awkward piece of legislation was the legislation that made Kenya a one-party state. You remember that bill that dealt with section... Yeah, 2A. You remember that piece of legislation, you know? Again, it sounded popular. It was rushed, you know? And we pushed it, but, you know, as a nation. And the consequences were severe because it was a serious aggression on democracy and constitutionalism, and it was so damaging that, again, the international community walked out on Kenya until that piece of legislation was repealed 10 years later. So you count the number of years lost when people are haggling over that. the impact on the country's reputation, on the country's ability to harness direct investment and so forth. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was just trying to highlight some of these things. Not that you don't know, I know you know about it. You think about it every other time. After all, you're the one sitting in the hot seat in this context. But it is sometimes not too bad for us to remind ourselves that at times, broad consultation and the public participation envisaged in the Constitution will be very, very helpful. So, the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary is there, and as I think it was the Speaker and somebody who brought it out, I offer myself to you on this one as somebody who is a politician. I've also been a member of Parliament, I've been a minister, I've been a political party leader, I have been a presidential aspirant, I've been the shortest serving vice president. But all this wealth of experience, I think if we partner with you, if we work with you, we can help in getting very critical legislation that is beneficial to the people of Kenya out of the way. And we can also make it useful. So, I come back to my 3 principles: growth, equity, sustainability. As you reflect, as you debate here, if you can persuade the nation that there is growth in your legislation, there is equity in your legislation, and it is sustainable, then I am sure we'll be on the right track and we'll be able to change things for the better in this country. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think I'll end there. I hope I've helped in minimizing the loss of time, but I wish you success in your deliberations, and I hope we can engage further and see how we can improve to deliver for the people of Kenya. And please send us your feedback once you get access to this documentation. Asanteni sana, and have a good afternoon.
You've heard the Cabinet Secretary. Any questions, comments? We'll take the first 3. Robert Mbui, Bissau, Shakil Shabir. We can take 4. I'll take 1 from the other end. That is who? Dr. Nyikal. Okay, let's take the first 4. Can you pass the microphone to...
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
If there's a question, you ask 1. If there are comments, you make 1.
I'll be very brief, but since I'm the first one, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Prime Cabinet Secretary. In your discussions, I've not heard you mention the committee of the House that deals with implementation of motions and resolutions of the House, which is a committee of implementation. That I just wanted to mention that it's important that you link with them. But I have only one issue, Speaker. I'm a member of the Committee of Delegated Legislation. One of the biggest challenges we are facing as Parliament is when the government or the executive implements or makes laws and operates them and operationalizes them without seeking leave of the House, without coming back to the House to request for permission. Because in every law that we make, we always allow some part for delegated legislation or subsidiary legislation. Now, because we are still on recess and we are about to go back, I want to bring to your attention that the Ministry of Education has been one of the biggest culprits of that behavior, that they keep implementing decisions without the House. And right now, as we are speaking, the new system of education, the CBC system, the children of this country under the junior secondary school, suddenly, just after the elections, we made a decision to put them in primary schools. Now, what is happening, Prime Cabinet Secretary, is that the children who are supposed to be, okay. Thank you, Speaker, because I think this one is something I wanted him to take note so that he can maybe take action. What has happened, Prime Cabinet Secretary, is that they have collapsed our schools, our primary schools, so that not every primary school is a center for JSS, which means that the children that were in some of the schools are being forced to go to other institutions. Now, I don't know how you're going to handle that because it's really urgent, and it's one of the things that already parents are up in arms all over the country. That is one of the issues I think you need to address quickly so that we can be sure that our children will go to the right schools and this problem can be resolved. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Your Excellency, Chief Cabinet Secretary, mine is on equity. You mentioned about Parliament ensuring that there is equity. But looking at your very central role in government, do you have mechanisms in place to ensure that there is fair distribution of resources so that one corner of this country is not so sort of overdeveloped and leaving others behind? An example, as your office taken stock on the development, past development, current development, just to realize that there are other places that have not realized the developments we are talking about. Simple example, infrastructure. So I think basically on equity, we'll need to see, or we'll need to understand how your office will be driving that process so that to ensure fair distribution on resources across the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you. Shakil Shabir.
Yes. Honorable Prime Cabinet Secretary, thank you very much for this, for the opening up your views. The concern that I have, I am very pleased to see that the bridge is being formed. It is the person behind the proposal that makes the difference. And I'm quite enthusiastic that that bridge that you're forming between the executive and legislature is going to be one which is going to be fruitful to us both. I hasten to add that we don't want it to become we don't want Parliament to be captured by the executive. You know, Honorable Mudavadi, sir, I've known you for a very long time. You're following an example of what we really did not want. The Chief Cabinet Secretary approach, where we were being ordered in Parliament, literally, and of what
So I think that is a role that we have to play. I chaired APNAC, the African Parliamentarians Against Corruption, and I'll be seeking to working with you as part of Parliament to develop our initiative further. So we're very enthusiastic about what's going to happen. Knowing you and knowing the way you behave, the way you conduct yourself, I think we will do far. But let us not make that mistake of the executive capture of Parliament. Thank you.
Dr. Nikal.
Thank you, Prime Cabinet Secretary, for
educating us on what the role of the office is. But I was two questions, one comment that I might forget it. You say it is coordinating legislative agenda across government before it goes to Parliament. How then does it link with the office of the Attorney General? Number two is also chairing the committee of permanent or principal secretaries. Again, if that is the case, how does it link with the office of the Secretary of the Cabinet and the head of civil service? And lastly, the issue of gas growth, equity, and sustainability, where we pass laws that actually later on found actually not to be actually destructive. Does that just not mean that we as parliamentarians, when we're discussing these laws or these bills, particularly at the committee stage, do not actually consider them seriously? If that has to go back to the executive to make sure that the laws before they come to us are that effective or not destructive, then what does it say about our work as members of Parliament? Thank you.
Prime Cabinet, you can take those for now.
Thank you. Some are comments and some are points of emphasis. I think I want to say that the issue of the delegated legislation is critical. And maybe the lawyers in the House can also advise us here. But talking to the Attorney General, his opinion or advice is that
normally delegated legislation would lapse after a 10-year period. Yes. And it would require a review and further consultations. So the window that can be there is, I think, a slight extension to be able to allow the relevant departments to take into account current circumstances and liaise with Parliament so that that can be dealt with in the proper way. And this is one of the reasons we are here, so that we can start engaging more fairly and legally on some of these issues. I think I will take up the issue of the Ministry of Education with the Cabinet Secretary for Education, because you raise a very fundamental point. Let me say that I'll look at it, talk to him, and we can respond to you on that one. The issue of equity from Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜. It is through collaboration and proper interrogation of bills or pieces of legislation or even policies that we can decipher whether there is a fair proportion of the principle of equity reflected there. And I do agree with you, and that is why I brought it here, that can we just revisit those three principles: growth, equity, and sustainability? We need to ask ourselves as Parliament, the bills that we have passed and the ones that we intend to pass, do we reflect equity? Do those bills reflect the balance and the proper accommodation of all parts of the country? Or have we been pushing bills that are detrimental to some other parts or to some segments of our society? And this is why I'm really emphasizing that let us look for that principle of equity in our legislation. I want to assure Honorable 𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗓 that if the state tried to capture Parliament, it would be a lost cause. We should not go there. We should not even think about it. Parliament must be independent. And this morning, the comments that came from the speakers, it's very clear that they're very strong men and women who will not entertain anything of that nature. So, so we shall not even attempt to walk in that direction. Let me add that we look forward to cooperating meaningfully where we have that piece of legislation where we need something urgent. For instance, if I asked you today, that piece of legislation you're putting on the table, is it in a position to increase an extra shilling in the pocket of a Kenyan? Or is it just a piece of legislation that is going to grind so many institutions to a halt? That should be the guiding principle. And I also agree with Gnykal that we need to take our legislative processes even more seriously, and those in the executive, we need to be clearer on what kind of policies we are actually putting on the table. The reality is that we have seen a lot of legislation that is not backed by policy, emanating both from the executive at times and also even within Parliament. We are all guilty on this one, that sometimes we are pushing through a piece of legislation and we've not thought through the policy that we want to try and achieve. So I think this is something that we can all work together and be able to deal with. Mr. Gnykal, Honorable, I think the fact that we will be able to get government working more cohesively on cross-cutting issues, I think is very important. Principal secretaries are usually the pivot point when it comes to policy formulation and even the implementation in the various ministries. And a forum or a platform that allows proper integration on those issues and canvassing and conversations would be very, very helpful. For the issue of the Office of the Attorney General, in the committee that we are setting up, because the structure we are setting up is such that we can work not in silos but with others, and we'll work very closely with the Office of the Attorney General. The Office of the Attorney General is our principal drafter. They are the key, at the end of the day, any piece of legislation will pass through their hands. What we want to try and do is to fill a gap that relates more to the policy formulation and the internal consultations that needs to be undertaken before the Office of Attorney General does its final drafting. That is, it may appear thin, but it's an area that we've noticed that it becomes quite a challenge. Sometimes if you just push a bill to the Attorney General and you have not thought through it, it becomes a problem. Yeah.
Thank you, Prime. I think just for emphasis, the point of Robert Mbui, before we take another round, just 1 minute. We have a lot of regulations out there drafted by people in parastatals, even in cooperative societies, in ministries, and in other government agencies. The exclusive authority to make law under our Constitution is vested in Parliament. At the national level, National Assembly and Senate, and the county assemblies. Courts always make laws through judicial pronouncements that become precedents that we follow. I think Robert Mbui was also driving towards the point that, are you now able as a new office to communicate to all government agencies, including ministries, that under no circumstances should they sit and make regulations and impose them on wananchi, some with even financial obligations, without taking them to Parliament. For Parliament to look at, we have committees of delegated legislation that will then formulate them into law. I think, Robert, that is one of the points you're driving. Is that correct? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are well guided.
Yes.
Yeah. Madam is taking note.
Okay. So now we can take another 4.
Looks like the Prime Cabinet will stay here for a little longer than we thought. I'll take the gentleman at the end. Who is that, Mheshimiwa? Kwenya. I'll take Bensouda. I'll take Rindikiri. And I'll take Mama Nairobi, and I'll take Raso. Those are 5. We'll do another round after that. And the next round will be the last. Okay, start from where we started. One question or one comment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question goes to the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and is on an issue that you've just raised on the issue of regulations. I understand that Treasury is preparing some amendment to the Constitution, or to the Act on privatization, so that then parastatals, when the government is intending to sell its stake in government-owned parastatals, that then Parliament is going to be overpassed or bypassed. And there's a proposal to that effect, that we change the law. And of course, that is going to remove our oversight a task that we have been tasked by the Constitution. So I would want to hear your comment on the same, because I think it will be in bad taste to bypass Parliament when the government is intending to do intending to sell its stake to the public.
Who was the next? Bensouda?
For the presentation, I would like to ask from the monitoring perspective. I'm glad that you've mentioned that in your Cabinet Secretary, you're going to ensure that monitoring unit is set. Number one, what are the strategic objective approaches that you are going to use or employ to ensure that the issues which are touching on policy do not have stalemate, because you are the link between the Parliament and executive? And should they arise, what feedback mechanisms are you going to employ to ensure that they are amicably realized in a structured manner? Number two is on gas. We are talking of raising the economic situations, which you said increasing of tax is not the only way. We can also go privatization. Yes, we know there are many industries in this country which have fallen. I would like to ask, what is the role of the government in ensuring that all the industries that are to be initiated, those that are existing and collapsed, are not going to be fully privatized, and how is that going to be used to benefit the economic status of this country and curb on the wage bill? Thank you.
Who's next? Rindikiri.
Thank you. Our Prime Cabinet Secretary, I lays on an issue that we all have suffered under. There are so many commissions in this country. There are Commission on Salary Remuneration Commission, there are Commission on Revenue Allocation, TSC, Commission on Cohesion. These are all commissions that are touching to the welfare either of the employees of this country or even the teachers of this country. Mr. Prime Cabinet Secretary, in your speech, you did not mention your coordination with these commissions. Which office will they be coordinated from? Because as it is right now, they are doing a lot of activities out there, independent of Parliament, and the questions are left to us as members of Parliament to answer. For example, the TSC, which is operating on funny platform right now, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission. We need to know how your office is going to coordinate with all these institutions, such that they are responsible and they are able to deliver, particularly when it touches to Parliament. The other specific commission, Commission on Revenue Allocation, which plays a very great role in commission allocation and specifically determining which region need to benefit from arid and semi-arid land programs. We have never known how they operate. We hear some regions have been defined, others are not defined, and we get to know this when they have already implemented their programs. Thank you.
Thank you. Passaris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Cabinet Secretary, when I was listening to you, I want to make a comment on a legislation that I found. In 2014, the Parliament passed a law, they passed a bill on the psychology and counseling. And when we came to COVID and we realized that mental health was a big issue, and I came to find out about this bill through some counselors out there in Nairobi, that there is this bill and it has never been implemented, and if it could be implemented right now, it could really help us deal with mental health. So I got a copy of the bill, I wrote to the Ministry of Health, and I said, look, there's this bill, can you implement it? And they said, no, we do not have a budget. So later on, towards the end, the CS then, 𝗦𝗘𝗠𝗥𝗏 𝗍𝗢, appointed a board. But for me, I feel that if you want to have growth, equity, and sustainability, we have to take a bill, not just to policy, but also to budgeting for it so that you can actually be able to implement it. Because can you imagine how many Kenyans are suffering right now with mental health challenges, and we've not put resources into the Psychology and Counselors Act, and it took us more than 5 years to even think about how can we implement that act. There's so many things that happen in that area where we also put investments, like we had a hospital that had stalled for over 30 years, and this was when I went to the then budget committee chair, Ichungwa, and I said, look, there's this hospital, can you find me at least 500 million to complete it in Nairobi that has been stalled for over 30 years, even before Mama Lucy it was started. And then he found the resources, and eventually it was built, but the Ministry of Health did not know about it, Nairobi County did not know about it. It was a project of the Public Works then. So I feel that your role, your office, if it's going to look at legislation, it has to go beyond so that we can also find the laws that exist, because there's some really good laws that have been passed, but they're just sitting. They've not been implemented, there's no budget. So I wonder whether your office will also play a role in making sure that that happens. Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Prime Cabinet Secretary, my question is about public participation. Every time the law is passed, it becomes an act, then it is being challenged in court. The question I want to put to you, because you will be majorly organizing the heart of government in terms of crafting these laws, the shape and form that public participation is likely to take. Secondly is, in the tail end of all parliaments, bills are rushed, they become law. Then the next parliament, when it comes to being, it challenges those laws, and people on the street say, those bad laws were passed by parliament. How are we going to avoid to pass laws at the dead end of the night only to be challenged in court? Finally is the omnibus bill. I think for the old members, what government attempts to do, if you want to pass bad laws, you snake things in the omnibus. How are you going to assure us that actually, instead of omnibus, we can actually even pass laws or bills that are 2 or 3 liners that address a single issue? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Prime. You can now go.
Thank you. I just want to emphasize the first aspect of 𝗍𝗢𝗦, or 𝗍𝗢𝗦 rather, 𝗍𝗢𝗦𝗧, that what the Treasury has done, they are putting out the bill for public participation, and it cannot become law until Parliament has dealt with it. So whatever
the same issue also comes to the question on privatization. That perhaps is a topic that I would request that Parliament maybe gives it a special day sometime, because there's usually the debate around privatization as to what is a strategic enterprise, what is not a strategic enterprise, and in the process we have categorized these that way, but some of them are just loss-making entities, and we are sustaining people there just paying salaries, and at the end of the day they're not doing anything. So what I am calling upon is that as Parliament looks at this, and this is a very serious area, for your information, we have over 300 state corporations. Over 300. Some of them, nobody even knows where they are. All right? But legally they are there. People are earning from those entities. Taxpayers, yourself and others are sustaining them. So we need to have a clear
situation under privatization conversation, a detailed one, on what needs to be privatized and what needs to be held on by the government. Secondly, economies change. And as economies change and they become dynamic, what was perceived as strategic turns out not to be strategic in the original sense. And I'll give an example. Telecoms, the whole issue of communication. The first thing that came in was the fax machine. And I remember being a very young person in government, the people who monitor what people do in government offices and elsewhere were even trying to track which office has a fax machine and which one has not. Because they used to say, siri za serikali zinatokea kwa fax machine. Then later the question was, can you privatize telecommunications? And the argument was that this is strategic, it must be in the hands of the government and nobody else. But today, you and I know that communications is strategic, but it is being driven by the private sector. All right? So we have outgrown what was the perception then. And there are so many other examples one can give in that field. So we need to have an engagement where we can then handle this question in more detail. For instance, KPLC is a monopoly, a distribution monopoly. But before, KPLC used to be both a generation and distribution.
Separated. You can have KPLC now generating. You also have people who are doing solar power generation. Others are doing wind. Okay, but the monopoly of distribution is still in the hands of KPLC. And you people have traveled, you have gone to school elsewhere, you have seen what is happening globally. Even distribution of power, whether you're in the US or the UK, it is not a monopoly anymore. It is in the hands of other players. So it is up to Parliament to say, is this law serving us anymore, or is it and what do we do? And these are the tough questions that we will all have to deal with. I hope I have assisted a little bit in that area, but it's too complex to finish in one sitting. I would really encourage, Mr. Speaker, at some stage, a thorough discussion on privatization would be very, very important for Parliament, because at the end of the day, it cannot take place without Parliament giving its support. Mr. Honorable Ridikiri, I just want to say that I'm being very cautious because those are constitutional commissions. Some of them are constitutional commissions and they're independent, and I don't want to try and purport to legislate for some of them. They have to originate their concerns in a manner that is separate from this process. I'm sure even Justice Ibrahim will help us on this one when he's making a conversation. So I didn't want to tread there. But in terms of liaison, constitutional commissions are the liaison with the executive, okay? Where they may need certain things processed. That has been vested with the deputy president, okay? So that is why I'm not touching that particular issue. Mheshimiwa Passaris, I cannot agree with you more. This is why I was saying that there are a lot of pieces of legislation that will require tracking so that they can be actualized. We also have to make become much more thorough in seeing whether they are funded or whether they are not funded. For instance, one of the questions that always comes up at cabinet level is that when you submit a cabinet memo or you want something approved, you have to state whether there are financial implications or not. If there are financial implications, either to a bill or to a particular program, then you must explain how you intend to fund that particular program. So I think it's absolutely essential that what you're saying, can we back our legislation? And if Parliament can also be very clear and interrogate the issue of financing. And that brings in the third aspect of my GES, sustainability. Whatever we are putting on the table, is it sustainable financially? Is it sustainable through the budget? Or what are we putting on the table? I also want to touch on Honorable Rosso's message. Actually, we need help. We need help because I think working with you, and I thought Parliament had made an attempt, but I don't know whether we have made an attempt. Have we really defined what is, how to actualize the requirement in the Constitution of public participation? Have we defined the parameters of stakeholder? I don't know that the relevant committee of Parliament may have done that because frankly speaking, I think collectively we need some legislation that can help deal with this issue of public participation and stakeholder engagement. Let us unbundle it and let us be able to give it some legal framework that can help everybody. So I think we are going by a court ruling or court precedents on this particular issue. That is what is really guiding public participation issues now. But maybe this is the time to actually put it into legislation. Finally, I can only say that it is true that the omnibus bill can sometimes be used for mischief, and let us all work to make sure that that does not happen, because I think there are guidelines from the Speaker and from the standing orders on what should constitute or qualifies to be in an omnibus bill. I think this particular parameter has been overstretched, and sometimes you find that a bill that should literally be a standalone bill is being sneaked into an omnibus bill. And I think that is something that Parliament can deal with through the standing orders and the regulations. Asante.
Thank you. Honourable members, in the interest of time, I think we'll end up here with the Prime Cabinet Secretary. And I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to take the floor for the next topic as I see of the Prime Cabinet Secretary. Deputy Speaker, you go to the next topic.
Thank you.
honorable members, I know it's a difficult afternoon after a heavy lunch, so we can just stand up for a minute, stretch, and then sit down. Can stretch a little, and we can wake up.
Order.
Sit down. 8:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, hold on, members. You know, this has happened without the permission of the speaker. So can you hold on a bit? I go and consult the speaker. Give me just 2 minutes. Yeah, because I think it's on subordination on my part that the father is pulling. But I know that if Kwashira is okay with it, I need to consult his so kindly just stretch a little as I find out. And then Justice Ibrahim says he just has a... So I think I will now let the Honorable Speaker make the decision.
Honorable members, you know we are a democratic house. Is it the motto of the house that we are adjourned tomorrow morning? I will now put the question. The house do not adjourn to tomorrow morning. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will those of the court of opinion say nay? Now we direct as follows. Because of the time lost, tomorrow everybody should be seated by 8:30.